Сердец и добрых улыбок, университете, открывающем и преобразующем мир, Пятигорском государственном, как говорят наши студенты, замечательном университете. Я хотел бы подтвердить, что, конечно, тематика исключительно интересная, важная. Наш университет активно занимается такой тематикой, конечно, не только такой. В разных контекстах мы ее рассматриваем. Но я хотел бы сказать, что вот такие международные базовые встречи, они отвечают вообще целевому направлению деятельности нашего университета. Потому что мы ставим перед собой задачу сформировать в нашем университете не только настоящего гражданина и патриота, ну, понятно, Российской Федерации и даже тех государств, которые студенты представляют, но все-таки сформировать из них, из всех, еще и граждан мира. Но только, наверное, надо пояснить, что не тех граждан мира, которые очень быстро забывают свои исторические корни, добрых улыбок, они родом, исключительно космополитами, важно, неинтересно, наш университет активно занимается, именно тех граждан мира, которые прекрасно помнят свои исторические корни, не только такой, чтят традиции, в разных контекстах, но и очень серьезно нацелены на инновации. Но я хотел бы сказать, что именно на преобразование мира. Такие, поэтому вот бренд нашего университета, он не пустословный. Встречи, они отвечают открывающие вообще целевому направлению деятельности. То есть мы стремимся, чтобы наши выпускники во всех точках земного шара были способны нести вот это позитивное миропонимание, университете, формирование действительно нового миропорядка, настоящего гражданина сегодня будет и патриота, противостояли агрессии, вражде, противоборству, ненависти. И честно хочу вам сказать, у большинства из них это все получается. Получается еще и потому, что ключевая позиция нашего вуза еще со времен, когда он стал в 1961 году Пятигорским пединститутом иностранных языков, это ориентация на глубокое изучение.
We are oriented at the deep learning of languages and cultures. Today, in our university, we can study 24 foreign languages. You understand that the demand for these languages is not the same. Some of them are more popular, some of them are less popular. We have organized 17 cultural centers, and we are trying to create a medium that would not only be academic, but also practical. And due to the specificity of our territory, we work very closely with the ethnic communities, and we aim to teach our students to interact with various ethnic communities and to do that in the languages of those communities. And it forms very specific, very interesting graduates. The makeup of our ethnic makeup of our university is interesting as well. We teach representatives of over 73 regions of the Russian Federation.
То есть мы стремимся, чтобы наши выпускники во всех точках земного шара были способны нести вот это позитивное миропонимание, формирование действительно нового миропорядка, настоящего гражданина сегодня будет говориться, противостояли агрессии, вражде, противоборству, ненависти. И честно хочу вам сказать, у большинства из них это все получается. Получается еще и потому, что ключевая позиция нашего вуза еще со времен, когда он стал в 1961 году Пятигорским пединститутом иностранных языков, это ориентация на глубокое изучение.
Which involves the interconfessional, the intercreed element. We train very qualified specialists. And here on the wall, you can see the letter of gratitude by our President, Vladimir Putin, for training highly qualified specialists. And you can see another letter of gratitude by the government of our country for training highly qualified specialists. And one more thing, next to those letters, you can see an order. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the government stopped awarding organizations with orders. The highest claim was letter of gratitude, but on the 80th anniversary of our university was awarded by the Order of Friendship by the Vietnamese government for training specialists for Vietnam. We have these languages is not teachers. Ambassadors. Over 20 ambassadors of Vietnam to various countries are graduates from our university. In our hall, you can see a map, and we work, and to do that, the map, you in the languages of those shared communities are the countries where our graduates work. Very specific, very interesting graduates. That's why we are very happy to welcome representatives of many countries to the international intellectual clubs, representatives of over 73 regions of the Russian Federation.
То есть мы стремимся, чтобы наши выпускники во всех точках земного шара были способны нести вот это.
And let me give floor to Sergei Starikov.
Уважаемые коллеги, доброе утро. Мы всех вас приветствуем и приветствуем от полномочного представителя президента Российской Федерации в Северокавказском федеральном округе.
Mr. Starikov is assistant to the plenipotentiary representative of the President of the Russian Federation in the North Caucasian Federal District. And let me extend the welcome of the plenipotentiary to you. We are familiar with these worlds because we have gathered here quite often to discuss various challenging problems and processes that take place in the North Caucasus, in Russia and abroad. You know quite well that experts in the whole world, in the sphere of international relations in particular, mark very specific tendencies. There is a change in the balance of powers, various alliances, political, military, strategic form and collapse, and it has an impact on the North Caucasus. Historically, the North Caucasus has been connected with different players who have been trying to mark their presence in the Caucasus, but we understand that we need to maintain good friendly relations with our neighbors, but we should profess the interests of the Russian Federation in the region. It is of strategic importance, and these directions are accentuated in the strategy of the Russian Federation by our president, and I hope that we support our president in this work. And again, I'm sure that we'll discuss various challenging issues. We'll discuss the novelties in international law. We'll discuss the impact of the pandemic on the political and economic processes in the region and in the world. I hope that the open discussion will allow us to make some progress. I'll have to leave now, but I wish you success. Welcome to Pyatigorsk, to the North Caucasus. I wish you good work.
Thank you very much. Так, у нас это технически.
Just a few words more. We, as Pyatigorsk State University, do not have very significant achievements, but still, our department was created in 2013, MIRNaS, and it was created as a union of the scientists, analysts from Russia and Turkey. And I was recommended to become a president of this institute. We are registered with the Ministry of Legal Affairs of the Russian Federation. So this 8th meeting that we have today, we didn't meet last year because of the pandemic and all the stuff, as you understand. We are trying to host such meetings in different regions of the world. We used to hold them in Turkey, Spain, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and this is the second meeting that we have in Russia. We have chosen the Pyatigorsk State University because here we had an international model of the United Nations, and I was really fascinated with the city and with the PSU. This university is an example of the university as it should be, combining both education and upbringing of young generation, which is very important. We hear very often people saying that we need to take care and educate and bring up youth. And here I see these two aspects meeting. And the students that we talked to, the students from different countries and regions really impressed us. So we decided to host this meeting here. As for the title of the meeting, 2020s, the world, the risks, this is self-explanatory. We are in a very difficult and serious stage of our development, and we live in a very complicated time. We don't know when things will be easier, if any, but we still need department was created the challenges, the risks, 2013, and we, MIRNaS, as Marx and Engels created as a union of the scientists, analysts, giving Russia and Turkey names to the things that happen. And was recommended I think that we are going to speak frankly and openly. We are registered with the we have very interesting affairs of the Russian Federation. I hope this 8th meeting video that we have today available. We didn't meet last year because of the pandemic and social media. For people to be able to know our such meetings in different regions of the world. We used to hold them in Turkey, Spain, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. I would also like this is the second meeting that we have in Russia. We have chosen to make a small Pyatigorsk State University because here International Institute of the Development of International Cooperation to the international model of the United Nations. And I was really fascinated with the city, but I hope with the PSU, you will find a place for this gift in the museum of the university, an example of the university as it should and be. I invite you to combining both education and upbringing of young generation, which is very important. This is handmade plate from Turkey. We such a piece of art. Often people saying that we need to take care and thank you very much and bring up this is very valuable gift. And here I see these two aspects meeting, and the students that we talked to, the students from different countries and regions really impressed us. Mr. Naumkin, so, the academician we decided Academy of Science had to go to Geneva yesterday to resume negotiations on Syria. 2020, he represents the Russian president on this issue, so he won't be able to self-explanatory here in person or to talk online. He won't be with us. And serious stage of our development. I give you the former minister of the international affairs of Turkey. We don't know good friend. Things will be easier, if any, but we still need department was created. He challenges the risks and all our meetings. meetings. He visited Moscow and raised as a union the audience like giving Russia impression to the things that happen. And I think that we are going to speak frankly and openly. We are registered with the we have very interesting affairs of the Russian Federation. I hope the 8th video that we have today available. I didn't meet last year because of the pandemic and social understand. People are able to know our such understanding different regions of the world. We used to hold them in Turkey, Spain, Tunisia, Kazakhstan. I would also like the second meeting that we have in Russia. We have chosen to make a small university from this International Institute of Development of International Cooperation to the United Nations. And I was really fascinated with the city. I hand with the you will find a place university in the museum of the an example of the university as it should. And I invite you to combining museum education and, by the way, training of young generation, which is very important. Handmade plate from Turkey. We hear very often people saying that we need to take care and thank you very much and bring up. This is very valuable. And here I see these two aspects meeting, and the students that we talk to, the students from different countries and regions, are really impressed. Mr. Naum academician, we decided Academy of Science had to go to Geneva yesterday to resume negotiations on the meeting. 2020, he represents the Russian president on this issue, so he won't be able to be here in person or to talk online. He won't be with us, and serious stage of our development. I give you the former minister of the International Affairs of Turkey. With our good friend, things will be easier. Very any expectations, but we still need to understand the challenges there is in our meetings. He visited as marks and raised as a union the audience like giving important to the things that happen. I think that we are going to speak frankly and openly. We are registered with the we have very interesting affairs of the Russian Federation. I hope the 8th video that we have today available. I didn't meet last year because of the pandemic and social understand. People are able to know our such understanding different regions of the world. We used to hold them in Turkey, Spain, Tunisia, Kazakhstan. I would also like the second meeting that we have in Russia. We have chosen to make a small university from this International Institute of Development of International Cooperation to the United Nations. And I was really fascinated with the city. I hand with the you will find a place university in the museum of the an example of the university as it should. And I invite you to combine museum education and, by the way, training of young generation, which is very important. Handmade plate from Turkey. We hear very often people saying that we need to take care and thank you very much and bring up. This is very valuable. Here I see these two aspects meeting, and the students that we talk to, the students from different countries and regions, are really impressed. Mr. Naum academician, we decided Academy of Science had to go to Geneva yesterday to resume negotiations on the meeting. 2020, he represents the Russian president on this issue, so he won't be able to explain it here in person or to talk online. He won't be with us in serious stage of our development. I give you the former minister of the International Affairs of Turkey. With our good friend, things will be easier. Any expectations, but we still need to understand the challenges there is in our meetings. He visited as marks and raised as a union the audience like giving important to the things that happen. And I think that we are going to speak frankly and openly. We are registered with the we have very interesting affairs of the Russian Federation. I hope the 8th video that we particularly past pandemic, because social media are trying to know such movements in different countries of the world. We used to hold them in Turkey, Spain, Tunisia. I would also, this is the second meeting that we had in Russia. We have chosen a small university because here in East we have a lot of international cooperation to better recognize individual nations, and I was wrote an order with the city and unified place to give in the museum an example of the university as it should invite combining museum education and the training of young generation, which is very nice. Handmade plate from Turkey. So very often people say that we need to take care. Thank you very much, and bring this is very valuable. Here I see these two aspects meeting, and the students that students from different countries and regions really impressed. Mr. Untitled Academician of the Academy of Science had to go to Geneva yesterday to receive Gorchakov in Syria. 2020 he wrote the Russian president on this issue. This is self-explanatory. He won't difficult and serious but now I give you the Foreign Minister of the Affairs of Turkey with our friend easier any expectations, but we still need to understand the challenges there is and our meetings with experts and analysts and SIU, the scientists an example education and the training of young generation, which is very nice. Handmade thank you very much. This is very valuable.
Спасибо большое. Ваше мнение, как политика парламента Спасибо большое. Ваше мнение как политика 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 Спасибо большое. ваше мнение, как политика Спасибо большое. Ваше мнение, как политика Спасибо большое. Ваше мнение, политика Спасибо большое. Ваше мнение, как 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 политика
After Hu Jintao came to power, the elite was replaced by his compatriots, people from his province. People from one sub-ethnic center replace other political and ethnic groups. and the questions of energy resources, lockdown, they are also taken by people who come from the northwestern regions of China. This region stays in contrast with the southern regions. China is now reorienting to continental markets, and China is now thinking of establishing a new Silk Route. Correspondingly, the conflict with Taiwan, which is brimming, may make new provinces hubs of Eurasian traffics. And it was very clear to those who could see the differences in the interethnic Chinese elites. So the detour from the sea routes to the continental routes was dictated by the specificity of the ruling ethnic groups. Correspondingly, the latest speeches of Xi Jinping, speaking about the anniversary of their revolution, the idea is the great revival of the Chinese nation. It's a kind of analogy of Trump's Make America Great Today, but it's also a throwback to the idea of the government to level the economic and political situation in different provinces and putting the continental provinces to the fore. When Xi Jinping speaks about the revival of the Chinese, it's the uniting with Taiwan and thus having an understanding of the differences between the ethnic groups on the territory of China, in the differences in the sub-ethnic elites, we can make forecasts about the policy of China and their orientation on concrete players. What energy sources and resources will they choose? We can say that the ethnic differences prevail over the differences between the left and right tendencies in politics. Thank you. I'm always amazed by your immersion into the topic, so you know all those names. I think now we have something to process. Should you have opportunity to speak to us later, we'll be happy. And now we continue. And I'm giving the floor to Alexander Gorbanov, Rector of Pyatigorsk State University. Insufficiency and lack of prospects are the categories of the multipolar world. The need to develop a more meaningful concept. We have already started talking about it. Everything is changing, even the terms. Wow, you let us to be, not so above standard, substandard, and speak of the real situation. Thank you. Today, many see the meaning and prospect of forming a new and more just type of world order in the transition from a unipolar world to a multipolar world. Today, it is a prevailing trend. However, like all the prevailing intellectual trends now, it has already been expressed by Mr. Fursov. However, like all the prevailing intellectual trends now, it only seems very meaningful and promising. In fact, one has to doubt that if one thinks deeply about the very category of multipolarity. I'm working with the approaches that are connected with the systemic tendencies. It's a rather rare approach. I'm not dealing with the details of international relations. I'm not a specialist in IR. But I'd like to say that today we should be thinking about a different viewpoint. We present a different and, as I believe, a truly alternative and promising point of view, revealing the insufficiency and lack of prospects of the category of multipolar world, and justifying the need to focus on another, much more meaningful categorical model. What is the insufficiency and lack of prospects of the concept of multipolarity of the world order? First of all, it does not take into account in their full extent the system-wide patterns of interaction, replacing its content and structural foundations with a superficial idea of only a plurality of interacting poles of force. However, in the category of the multiplicity of poles, there is only the idea of the confrontation of the poles, the idea of cooperation, which is the only one, is not enclosed. And secondly, the concept of multipolarity completely ignores the socio-economic foundations of world social development, focusing only on the geopolitical approach. This point of view is also widespread. So that is, if we to speak quite to the point, the fact is ignored here that in order to achieve a truly promising and just world order, it is also necessary to transform the existing socio-economic system. We are imposed lots of concepts, including the bio-robotic concept of creating the class of elite and the class of serving people. But it is the current socio-economic system itself, built at all its level up to the global one, according to the laws of the financial oligarchy capital Oriental model, produces hostility and aggression, confrontation, extreme monopolization and concentration of capital, the desire for domination, hegemony, and dominance of some over others. And the pandemic revealed these tendencies in very acute forms. Even if we don't argue on the question whether the pandemic is man-made or haphazard, in whose interest is the pandemic used? And when we answer the question, we understand that the essence of this total order remains. And here we should not delude ourselves. In this type of socio-economic, socio-cultural system, all this is natural, and without a radical change of this type of system, without its transformation into a more perfect one, there will be no sense. That is, if multipolarity suddenly develops within the framework of the same global financial oligarchic system, this can mean only one thing. Instead of one hegemon, there will be several sharing dominance over the world. And even if Russia becomes part of them, how much better will it be for the world and for Russia itself? Not just in the current transit, but in the long-term plan. Will the world change dramatically? Can this be considered a really promising goal? Unlikely. In fact, it will be just an enlargement and multiplication of the same polarities, the same separatenesses. The isolation of polarities, even if enlarged and multiplied, does not go anywhere. Proceeding from all this, it must be recognized that the very concept of multipolarity does not have quite sufficiency, since a lot does not mean everything at all. It means only some and nothing more. And even more so, even interpolarity is not expressed in it. Neither is superpolarity, transpolarity, which is so necessary for the world community for successful further self-development. Therefore, it is obvious that the category of only a multipolar world does not actually contain a valid universal perspective, and for this reason, this category is insufficient, which means that it is also not completely instrumental, and therefore a much more meaningful category is required. We can find this necessary substantive categoricity in the category of the superpolar, transpolar, superpolar world order. That is, in its content structural construction, in which unity and cooperation are carried out over and above all polarities, all separateness and disconnection. Only a superpolarity, super united world order is able to overcome enmity, aggression, any domination, and any hegemony. The category of a superpolar, super united world presupposes the unification and overcoming of all polarities and the maintenance of justice and genuine equality. But it is possible to achieve this only on the basis of changing, transforming the socio-economic and socio-cultural foundations of the existing system, which globally and profoundly covers the whole world. In what way, in what direction? All this is justified in detail in our works of recent years. To put it briefly, it is necessary to go in the direction of transforming the current financial oligarchic, transnational, monopolistic system into a socially transformative, directly creative type, in which not financial capital, but transformative creative capital will already prevail. That is, the capital of transformative and creative knowledge and abilities. We call and characterize it as a super capital, for which financial capital will become only an instrument. Trying to link my words to the speech of Mr. Fursov, I'd like to say that the problem today lies in the fact that the financial capital is ruling, and we people, we turn into tools. We must turn the system. Only under the condition of such a radical social, socio-economic transformation, the world order will be able to become qualitatively different, because then structurally and in content, it will be based not on confrontation, hostility, and monopolism, as it is now, but already on cooperation, positive competition, and mutually respectful partnership. Therefore, one should not entertain illusions of some supposedly benevolent multipolarity, but one should clearly realize the fundamental reality of the essence of deep socioeconomic relations, which no one can cancel and which determines everything in society according to its own specific logical historical type. And this must be understood, realized, first of all, by us in Russia. After all, Russia seems to be resisting all the attempts of total domination in the world of one hegemon, dictating its hyper will to everyone with all the forces and means available to it, and even, as it is believed, represents a certain alternative to such a world order. However, in fact, even if there is such an alternative, it is still very truncated. After all, the current Russia is also an integral part of the existing transnational, trans-state financial oligarchic system and nothing more. And Russia's attempts to be independent, self-valuable, are considered and characterized in the system as a desire not for a just world order, but a desire for the redistribution of wealth and power in its favor from those forces that have appointed themselves masters of the world. It should be borne in mind in this context that if the USSR was really an alternative model leading a special world system, and interspecies struggle was waged against it, so to speak, then now Russia is inside the current global transcapitalist system. It is homogeneous to it, and there is an interspecies struggle against Russia, and it is even tougher and more aggressive in its parameters. So it is quite obvious, and this is shown in our works, that there is no prospect for Russia in such a global system. Russia will not be leading, is not in this system. It will be thrown to the periphery of the system. So the bottom line is, it is necessary to change the system, its economic, social, and social-cultural foundations. If Russia were the first to do it, if Russia could get outside this oppressive system, then it would become a real world leader. Thank you.
So thank you very much. You are a revolutionary and transformator. I think the US Navy say that if you look like food, you will be eaten. So we shouldn't look like food. We should struggle and oppose. Thank you again. And I think we are going to have a journalist, writer, director on the Nordic Research and Monitoring Network, Abdullah Bozkurt. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Talking to us from Stockholm.
Well, thank you for having me as a guest. I wish I could be there as a, physically cooperating with you there, but I couldn't do it for the circumstances didn't allow me to do so. First of all, I want to thank all the organizers for hosting this very, very important event. I enjoyed the discussion, speeches delivered before me. And hopefully I will be able to stick as long as I can. I have some errands to run in the afternoon here in Stockholm, but I will intend to pursue and follow the other speakers as well. As listed in the introduction paper, my speech is going to be focusing on the jihadist elements in the Turkish policies, especially in the foreign security and military policies. This is sort of unprecedented development we have seen in Turkey in the last decade. The politics, especially the political Islam, has always been there in the Turkish politics for a long time, but it's been like 5% effect on the domestic politics. It didn't have much impact on the Turkish foreign policy, didn't have much impact at all on the military and the security policies of Turkey, inside and outside, by the way. But all of a sudden, especially after 2011 election, when President Erdogan won in a landslide, we have started to see this impact of the political Islam across the board in all the government agencies. Initially at the incremental level, then it picked up a pace in 2013 and 14. And it has been skyrocketed, of course, after 2016, following this failed coup attempt with a mass purges from different government agencies, especially in the military and the security and intelligence branches. I think the perfect illustration of what we see when we look at Turkey, because many pundits and observers, when they look at Turkey, it makes it very difficult for them to make a sense of the Turkish, foreign policy. What's the ultimate objective? What are the means and the tools they have been using? What they have been, engaging in the transactional relation with the different countries at the same time, often contradictory, is a short-term basis. What is the ultimate strategic objective of Erdogan government? What they have been opting this and that, what they have been rejecting this and that. The main reason why we have very much difficulty in understanding this is the element that we miss, the ideological commitment and the zealotry we see in the decision makers in the Turkish ruling government, especially President Erdogan, but not only himself, but many others. Yes, we see some pragmatic approach from time to time, cutting deals, getting into agreement with different actors and the players regionally and globally, but it all based on the short-term goals rather than the long-term vision. As soon as they feel confident enough, as soon as they think they have the resources, capacities, and the capabilities to make a difference in terms of pushing this ideological element within the mix and the baggage of the Turkish foreign policy or the security policy, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. I think the perfect explanation I heard on this subject came from a long-time member of the parliament, an associate of the President Erdogan, is currently chief administrator of the Turkish parliament. His name Ali Şahin, a 50-year-old man, educated in Pakistan. He runs a government-funded research center out of Istanbul, focusing on Asia. And he wrote this openly back in 2019. He said, we need to embed the Chechen fighters in the Turkish military, the second largest army in terms of manpower within the NATO. He wanted all the Chechen fighters to incorporate in the Turkish military. Why? He explained this as, we are fighting beyond Turkish borders. Protecting the Turkish national borders is not enough for us. We are fighting, foreign wars from Syria to Libya and other places. So we need, hardcore fighters. And the Chechens are known as vicious fighters. So that's why he was trying to push this idea. Perhaps to some extent, this was already accomplished because just a couple of days ago, a Turkish paramilitary group, Sadat, run by Adnan Tanrıverdi, a former colonel, also served as a chief military advisor to President Erdogan for 3 years. I think he's still functioning at that capacity, perhaps not carrying the official title. And he said they run the vetting process for the cadets who are entering in the Turkish military. So they screen all these, candidates in Turkey based on the criteria, they have been publicizing in their own website. This, Sadat group, they have a vision of creating a global ummah, global alliance of the Muslim nations with their armies, with the intelligence branches and the security branches. And they have trained, fighters, foreign fighters in Syria, Libya, they were involved there. And this is the group who run the vetting process, screening process for the new, candidates to the Turkish army. These guys are gonna be, generals in the long run. So to some extent, what Ali Şahin, this chief administrator of the Turkish parliament said openly, being put into practice. The numbers, I think, speak for itself. When the Turkish military, which has a mandate to protect the Turkish borders, revealed the data, I think back in 2015, how many foreign fighters arrived to Syria through Turkey. They classified according to country of origin. I think China was the number one, I think mostly from the Uyghur people who were getting passports, by the way, Turkish passports by the Turkish intelligence. And they have been transported through Turkey to Syria to fight against Assad. And the second, the largest country, the country that sent the largest fighters to Syria through Turkey was Russia after China. So this element became an important part of the Turkish, policy in the region. Then they use this in Libya, of course. Nagorno-Karabakh, we saw that as well, despite denials by the Turkish authorities. Both the Council of Europe last week actually verified that, and the United Nations experts also looking into this. A lot of evidence came out. So this is the element. I think we need to be very cautious when we are trying to analyze the objective of the Turkish foreign policy and the security and military policy. Of course, at times you see very pragmatic approach by President Erdogan and his government, cutting deals here and there because they know they have the limited capacity and capabilities to push that. But they wouldn't give up on this vision at all. I think across different government agencies with the massive purges, they were able to fill a lot of spots with the Islamists. And the result of that purge and replacement with the zealots, nationalists and Islamists, we saw back in 2006 in December when the police officer, who in the past actually part of the Erdogan's protective detail, shut down a Russian ambassador in Ankara. Everybody thought the guy was protecting the ambassador, but he was a jihadist figure, 22-year-old guy. He was hired by Erdogan government in 2014 when the purges is already started after corruption scandal. And he was involved with, convicted Al-Qaeda figures, some of the imams who are on the government payroll, according to case file, by the way. I read it, thousands of the pages from the case file. He was regularly meeting with the government imams, some of them working out of the government, but very close to the government. One guy, for example, actually involved in bombing of the Russian consulate back in the 90s. It's the same guy all over. This assassin of the Russian ambassador met with him, but he wasn't subject of the investigation because the criminal justice system in Turkey is systematically and deliberately failing on cracking down on the jihadist group, especially Al-Qaeda and Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. So with these purges, I think the military, the intelligence branch, and the foreign service, I think in total comes to some 30% of entire employment force in those agencies, roughly. They were purged and replaced with this, nationalist, far-right nationalist elements and Islamist elements. So I think even if the Erdogan government, gets out of the power in the future, the impact of this transformation in the government agencies is going to be there, and the impact is going to be felt for a long time to come. Diyanet, for example, is another institution which has almost 40,000 employment force in Turkey and outside of Turkey, running mosques and the different cultural religious centers. They were very much politicized and calibrated to support the political Islamist ideology of the Erdogan government. Intelligence branch is run by Hakan Fidan, an Islamist figure. By the way, the corruption investigation back in December 2013, everybody thought it was part of the corrupt deals Erdogan and his associates were involved. But when you read the case file, you're amazed to see that a Saudi national, it's actually Egyptian, but Saudi national, a one-time Al-Qaeda financier listed by the United Nations Security Council and the US Treasury, by the way, coming to Turkey, secretly meeting with President Erdogan and intelligence chief Hakan Fidan, not to discuss how much money they're gonna pour to Turkey with Erdogan's son Bilal and associates, but to talk about Syria, how to support these jihadist groups. So this is, so many examples can be put forward to make this point, but it's very much crystal clear for me and many other analysts. This ideology drive factor in the Turkish foreign and security policy is very much relevant there. Sometimes goes under the radar, sometimes it goes up, but you can see from the remarks of President Erdogan all the time. So I think with that I will stop. I don't want to take much time. Perhaps in the discussion section we can indulge further and expand the discussion on this issue. Thank you very much for having me.
Спасибо большое. Вообще всех выступающих.
Thank you very much. And I would like everyone who's speaking for strict abundance to the time frame. So thank you very much. And we are going to have a discussion now. And we have time until 12 o'clock. We have 30 minutes. So, dear colleagues, if you have any questions to the speakers, please ask your questions. And if you want to share your thoughts and give some short speeches, you're welcome to. Just please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Dmitry Suslov, the Higher School of Economics. I'd like to support the opinion of Mr. Gorbanov. The concept of multipolarity doesn't correspond to the new realities. And even in view of the distribution of power, first of all, it is quite obvious that in the world, there will be two superpowers, the United States and China. And the power of each of those countries will exceed the power and capacity of other countries, and Russia among them. We know that today China is the first buying country. Their GDP will soon be equal to that of the United States. Militarily, I'm not talking of nuclear weapons. China is country number 2, militarily speaking, but soon they may have the number of strategic ballistic missiles, which would be quite dangerous for the US and Russia. But all this does not mean that we'll have to live in a bipolar world. Bipolarity is a new term with which I do not agree, because of this bipolarity, there will be no dividing the world in two parts. One of the major tendencies in international relations today is the striving of the local players for independence. I mean, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, North Korea, that refuses to take part in anti-Chinese coalition initiated by the United States, many countries of Africa, etc. So if we look at such regions as the Middle East and Africa, we'll see that they do not stretch to the two poles. China is not becoming a hegemon instead of the USA in those two regions. Europe and the Asian countries they are against the divide of the world in two. Obviously speaking, the United States do not cope with the task of consolidating partners around them. The regional centers of power insist on their independence. They insist on their ability, opportunity not to join any of the poles. So it speaks about the polypolarity of the world. There will be two superpowers, there will be countries of the second tier, regional independent players, but they pursue independent foreign policy. So many countries do their best not to follow in the wake of the two poles, superpowers. And I believe that the situation is very favorable for Russia. Russia is not going to unite with either of the two superpowers. Russia is not regarded as a potential hegemon today, but today it is regarded as a partner that can strengthen the sovereignty and independence of other countries. And that gives opportunity for Russia to significantly broaden its influence in the non-Western world, which is Russia currently engaged in. Thank you. Mr. Gorbanov, do you agree with Mr. Suslov? Being a Russian citizen, I wouldn't agree to this truncated, role of Russia. Russia is the biggest country in the world. It has fantastic potential. I believe that the spiritual factors are of great importance and influence. I can agree that China may be the economic superpower, but it won't be able to become a spiritual superpower. when I met the group of Chinese students in our university back in 1993, and back then China was strengthening its position when we were having debates with this group of students. The head of the group, he said, "Who are we? We are just the Chinese, while you are Russia." The gesture was quite theatrical, but inside, I think they have some complexes. It's a non-European culture, and Russia is a European culture. And in the course of the world civilizational war, we understand that Russia has the ability and the capacity to withstand this civilizational war, which is destroying the institution of family, which is destroying the the national identity. Russia must become a leader in this sense. So I'm of a dual opinion. We don't think that we should strengthen somebody's opinions. We should have a political will. I only wanted to correct. I wasn't speaking about the importance of the spiritual factors in general. I was saying about the spiritual production forces. As for the role of Russia, as Stalin used to say, there is a logic of intention and there is a logic of circumstances. Soviet Union used to be out of the world system. But, you know, in the system of oligarchic clans, we won't be able to be seated in the first row, I'm afraid. We as Russia. Thank you, colleagues. I'm a military expert. I'm not sure that America is the hegemon in the sphere of strategic weapons. They're not. In the nearest decade, they won't be able to produce a hypersonic carrier for their nuclear weapons. Today, only three. Today, the USA will not be able to cope with the supersonic weapons that Russia is having. We have more technologies like the laser system Petersburg. And when I say this, I refer to the American sources. Our aircraft Su-157 is superior to the analogous American aircraft. So today we cannot speak about the hegemony of Americans in the military sphere. They don't have any serious fundamental resources. They, for example, cannot reproduce the engines necessary for their space program. Speaking of China, it's just a comment of mine. Macroeconomists know that China has referred to Switzerland to accumulate, to turn their gold into 1 kilo gold blocks. We're going to see a fight between two superpowers, and I believe that Russia is a superpower. The French believe Russia to be a superpower. China is likely to have its own SWIFT payment system, and they're going to undermine the dollar. So it's a big question whether the United States will be able to stay a superpower financially. So Trump's slogan was "Make America Great Again." It means that America is not great today. So today, I think I join the opinion of Mr. Gorchakov, and I believe that the USA cannot claim the role of the future hegemon. Well, that's my subjective opinion. Thank you. As we sing, you know, the Red Army is the strongest of all. Mr. Panin, director of the Institute of International Relations of Pyatigorsk State University. I've been doing research into this sphere for 20 years. If we put only one parameter into the system, the classification will be right according to this single parameter, but it will not give us a full picture. It will not give us the idea of the whole system. And the discussion today has demonstrated just this. In the geopolitical model shows us one order, civilizational model, another order. And it was first said at the end of the 1980s by scientists in Harvard. When I was there for the first time, my colleague mentioned three levels: the hard military power and the soft power. And when I was trying to think it over, I understood that the world is not standing still. In my thesis, doctorate thesis, I mentioned 6 levels. It's like a multi-tier pie. The first level, Professor Forsov mentioned the informational level. We are having one information stream. The fourth information war is over. And today the fight is for the minds of people. And Mr. Forsov mentioned that. Then the geopolitical level. And here we can speak about the world centers of power, China, Russia, the USA. There are many variants, but at the same time, none of them will give us the full picture and answer the question, who will rule the world? Then the geoeconomic model. There are 3 to 4 economic blocks in the world. But last year, a very talented young researcher who represents the Ministry of International Affairs, she's present here. She singled out another level, the monetary one. Well, the gold dinar, Bitcoin. Then we should not forget about the civilization model of Professor Huntington. It could be, disagreed with, argued with, But this factor is playing its role. The bipolar world model of the world, the theory of the golden billion. The control or non-controlled migrational streams. It has been described before. Today, we're facing a struggle for the regions that are rich in hydrocarbons. Our colleague a couple of years ago, one of the master students wrote a thesis on the policy of China. There is a war between Russia and the United States for the Arctic region. It doesn't take a genius to foresee that by the end of 2021, there will be a real war for the non-researched areas of the Antarctics. So today, there is a multi-level, multipolar model of the world where the subjects of the levels have both horizontal and vertical ties, and these ties are impossible to cut. Only a complex system can show us where we are going, how we are going to develop. And only this system will show us whether the world leaders are using their potential effectively. It's not about the question of hegemony. The world order in general, if we look at it's the level of the fight of different states for their own interests against the interests of other countries. But there is one more interesting tendency besides globalization, although there are processes of regionalization. The regions come to the fore. Today we're going to start Turkey. 20 years ago, Turkey proclaimed that they are of their Pentarctic country. When there is a geopolitical vacuum, it will be filled. But if the geopolitical vacuum is filled at the expense of the interests of other countries, then problems arise. How is Russia going to combine the interests of Turkey with the interests of the Russian Federation? Russia is claiming some of the geopolitical areas that are in the sphere of Russian interests. For example, our Turkish colleague used the term annexation of Crimea. What annexation are you talking about? We use a different term, we stand on a different position, but that's my vision and the vision of my students. We believe that the model of the world consists of many levels and many tiers, and you cannot judge the situation looking at the world through the prism of one level only. Well, thank you.
We have 5 minutes more. Professor of Pyatigorsk State University. I'm very impressed with the speeches we heard. And of course, our speakers touched upon important aspects, and I try to look at them from the viewpoint of our region, of the North Caucasus, and we see that the future is not very clear for everyone. We don't know exactly which option of the development will take place. And I'd like to mention that if we speak about Russia and we try to be politically correct, we say that there are attempts to put Russia at the backstage of the world, or even sometimes Russia does everything to be on the second plane. But the president of the Russian Federation confirmed that our biggest enemy is poverty. And while we talk about the airplanes, submarines, and so on, we have millions of people that suffer from poverty. And in my opinion, one of the biggest factors that restrains Russia from the development is corruption and criminal connections at all levels of power. I would like also to mention another aspect. It's quite obvious that while the governments and the countries accumulate their strengths, their powers, we see the administrative effect on the political and social life. If we speak about Russia and the North Caucasus, we see the aggravation of geopolitical aspects in the national communities. We saw that in Syria and Libya. Our North Caucasus communities are very vividly connected to their relatives in other countries of the world. We can see the efforts that the federal center puts into trying to keep the political and nationally political ethnical fields nice and tidy. So we really put the forces acting into these fields into sort of an abyss. We will see what future brings, what results will be. And I would like to mention that the Russian authorities, the federal and regional authorities, play a very important role. And this is what we witness here in the North Caucasus. We see that national and ethnical elites are replaced with more loyal elites. But we can say that there are powers that are able to make some social and political decisions. And we try to achieve the same goal through different paths. But we should be cautious to come to this very single aim. So we should take into account everything that was voiced by our speakers here today. Thank you. Just one small comment more, and we will finish our first panel. Thank you for your comments about the North Caucasus. I was actually, my relatives live here in Kabardino-Balkaria. And as for the poverty, we had the medical insurance, Medicaid in the US. And at the same time, we should take into account that we are not very rich nation. But as for the buying capacity of ruble provided by Stockholm, they are incorrect. There is another aspect, like energy-related poverty, and there are many nuisances there. So although we have long way to walk, but we shouldn't remain just a piece of meat without planes, airplanes, and submarines. Thank you, dear colleagues. I think our panel was very fruitful. We are going to have a short break now. We should maintain our pace, and our next panel will start at 12:20. So let's keep to the schedule and keep working in the same format. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Уважаемые коллеги, московское время 12 часов 20 минут, поэтому мы начинаем второе наше заседание. Модератором, я не люблю вот эти слова, модератор и так далее, то есть ведущим этого заседания буду я, доктор политических наук профессор Панин, директор Института международных отношений этого Пятигорского университета, заведующий кафедрой, директор научно-исследовательского института стратегических исследований, и так далее, и так далее, и так далее. Я тоже хочу повторить регламент нашим коллегам, которые сегодня будут выступать. Наш регламент 15 минут. Скажем так, до 15 минут выступающие наши. И в прениях, то есть в дискуссии с учетом
we
того,
welcome you back, and we are going to have speeches 15 minutes long each. One of our colleagues from Vienna won't be able to be with us, but we will have more time for the discussions. Today, we are going to discuss the regional problems at this panel, regional problems of international relations. And I suggest that we talk about the regions of China, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Turkey, Russia, and so on, and to take a broader approach, the universal approach to this problem, because regionalistical aspects are very interesting both for science and for the practical purposes of the policies. So I'd like to give floor to the first speaker, the professor of Pyatigorsk State University, Stavros Vitalyevich Parastatov, and his topic is security challenges in Central Asia and their impact on the Russian Federation. The speaker is a specialist in Russian-Greek relationships, politics in the Balkan countries. So if you have questions, feel free to ask.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for the invitation in such a big scale event. So I'm going to speak on security challenges in Central Asia and their impact on the Russian Federation. I'm going to focus on the major threats and challenges. Central Asia is the easternmost of the nodal geopolitical regions of the Eurasian space. The southern border of the heartland, the main part of the Great Silk Road.
Recording in progress.
And of course, the Great Steppe is an inexhaustible source of passionate impulses of antiquity. A forge of warlike, belligerent people who have left a significant mark in the history of mankind. Today, Central Asia is represented by 5 post-Soviet states, and they are going through various evolutionary steps. The stage is characterized by the formation and strengthening of sovereign statehoods and an original civilizational path. However, this path is quite sensitive and complex because the nature of the region itself is sensitive and multifaceted, burdened by the high geopolitical and geo-economic significance of the territory, despite the fact that the countries of the region do not have direct access to the world ocean. The blooming complexity of the Central Asian region has quite rational grounds, and let's call them conditional security challenges. Today, the role of non-regional players is great in Central Asia, among which there are Russia, China, Turkey, Iran, and the United States. At the same time, in a non-strict sense, Russia, China, and Iran can also be called the countries of the Central Asian region due to the significant cultural, historical, as well as partly geographical factors. Iran has the oldest cultural presence in the region, as evidenced at least by the fact that all 5 Central Asian countries are named with the ending stan, which in Persian actually means country. Chinese cultural influence is also relatively large due to the fact that East Turkestan is entirely located in China, Xinjiang province, where 40% of the population are Han Chinese, who profess traditional Chinese Buddhism, Taoism, and other faiths. The presence of Russian civilization in Central Asia is well known, because even today it is still one of the main civilization components of the region, even despite the strong centrifugal forces in the so-called Russian issue in Central Asia. In recent years, the importance of the factor of extra-regional powers in Central Asia has increased markedly in proportion to the increased role of the region in the system of international relations. For example, due to the sanctions confrontation between Russia and the countries of the collective West, the foreign policy course of the Russian state was largely reoriented to the East. In fact, the importance of the Central Asia region for Russia has always been high due to obvious and well-known reasons. It is no coincidence that the cliché South underbelly of Russia was given to this region. The role of Chinese and Turkish factors has recently been increasing in the region. The Chinese are strengthening their position through trade and mutual economic projects, while the Turks are acting more in the cultural and educational space. Although Ankara's military cooperation with the countries of the region has been outlined recently, the Turkish drones that showed themselves vividly in the Second Karabakh War are also interesting to the Central Asian states. Thus, the geographically advantageous location, the connection role between Europe and the Asia-Pacific region, and the vast reserve of hydrocarbons and mineral resources on the one hand, as well as the circumstances described above, was the first of the great challenges to the security of the region, the clash of interests of extra-regional powers. The possibility of influencing internal and interstate processes and even in crises in the region, control over the extraction of energy resources and their transportation routes cannot but attract the powerful to this region. In other words, today Central Asia uniquely combines significant strategic and tactical advantages comparable only with such regions as the Mediterranean and the Greater Black Sea region. And since the Russian Federation is still the main component in the extra-regional factor of military, political, and economic processes in Central Asia, this clash of interests has the most direct impact on it. The second challenge has been actualized quite recently, the threat of the spread of extremism and terrorism as a result of the Taliban movement coming to power in Afghanistan. In fact, this threat is old, but we managed to forget about it for a while, and now it makes us talk about it again. It is worth noting that Ankara's activities in the region is also connected with this challenge. After the withdrawal of NATO troops from Afghanistan, Turkey is trying to play a more important role in this country and cooperate with the Taliban, playing the religious card of Islamic unity. Apparently, one of Turkey's goals is the role of a mediator between Taliban Afghanistan and the West, which may increase Turkey's importance in negotiations on other issues, including those that contradict Russia's interests. One way or another, the Taliban came to power again, and a conflict situation has already arisen between Afghanistan and neighboring Tajikistan. Tajikistan is an ally of Russia and member of the Collective Security Treaty Organization, on whose territory the 201st Russian military base is located. In addition, the Taliban professes an extremely conservative form of Islam, with a ban on girls attending secondary schools, public performance music, etc. Despite the fact that all 5 Central Asian states of Central Asia are secular, and that the vast majority of the inhabitants of those republics profess traditional Islam, some penetration of the ideas of radical Islam, especially among young people, cannot be ruled out. And since a large number of young people from this region study and work in the Russian Federation, there is some probability of Russophobic sentiment among them. The next challenge to the security of the region is the shortage of water, especially in the countries of the lower reaches of the Amu Darya and Sur Darya, that is Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. This problem has been on the agenda for several decades and is getting worse every day. The Aral Sea is drying up before our eyes, and almost complete drying up has led to climate changes in the entire region, which has become more continental. Dwindling water resources, along with the growing need for water, increasingly lead to tensions and even armed clashes between big countries. So at the end of April of this year, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan could not divide the water distribution point head located in the upper reaches of the Isfar River, which each of the parties considers its own. As a result of a firefight on the border of the countries with the use of mortars, 55 people were killed and about 300 people were injured, most of them civilians. It is likely that the most large-scale conflicts of tomorrow in this region will be precisely because of lack of water. Already today, this security challenge is extremely acute and requires an immediate response, including with the participation of the Russian Federation, which is directly interested in the stability of the region. This is far from an exhaustive list of the challenges of the Central Asian region, namely those challenges that, in my opinion, have the greatest destabilizing power in the short term. According to Huntington, the civilizational divide goes through this region. There are, cultural, historical moments. Well, thank you for your attention.
Dear colleagues, let's decide how we are going to do this. Ask questions to each speaker or do it in the end. So I agree with you. We will listen to all the speakers first, and then you will have a chance to ask your questions. The next one is the visitor of our university, is Mr. Suslov. He's going to talk about the politics of the US after their troops were withdrawn from Afghanistan. Thank you very much. In fact, I was supposed to speak in the first panel, and I guess my speech will be more about global aspects. So I think that today we are witnessing the change in the paradigm of the US foreign policy. They have left Afghanistan, and this is very important for them. It's more than the end of the era of eternal wars, when the US used their military power to control non-Western centers of power. So the US abandoned the epoch of foreign policy, which started not on the 11th of September, but this is the era that followed the Cold Wars. So when the Cold War ended, the US policy was aimed to attempt to cover the American system, focusing on the US interests all over the world, and make every other country act in accordance with their interests. So basically, the Declaration of Intentions was published by Bill Clinton's administration, Enlargement and Engagement Strategy. They formulated their tasks to involve the China and the Russian Federation into the world structure, focusing on the interests of the US. They had a task to promote democratization processes in Russia and China, in accordance with their understanding of Western democracy. So, according to Bill Clinton's advisor on national security, they had a task to transform the rock states into the reliable players. So, In fact, the US tried to change the political regimes that they were not happy with, even involving the military forces. This policy was delivered by Bill Clinton's administration. As we know, Bush Jr. criticized this policy during his presidential elections, but then he followed that policy even more rigorously. Anyway, this politics faced crisis in the late 2000s. Back then, they understood that neither Russia nor China are not going to be liberal democracies. Neither Russia nor China were going to become responsible stakeholders within the scope of the US hegemony. And in the late 2000s, they understood that the attempts to bring democracy to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Middle East were not a success. It was the crisis of the US foreign policy because the world didn't want to develop in accordance with their ideological intentions. Since then, the US struggled to resolve this crisis. Barack Obama tried to resolve it to maintain the paradigm of the system focusing on the US interests. But Donald Trump proved to be the US president who changed the paradigm itself. At his time, the US didn't attempt to change and bring democracy to other countries using troops. The military forces left Afghanistan and signed the agreement with the Taliban. And the US declared that their policy will be focused not on the transformation of the other countries in compliance with the US ideology, but on the competition with the major competitors, China and Russia. But then the majority of the US establishment and other Western establishment saw Trump and his administration and his policy as temporary event. So those changes were also seen as time-limited operations. And Biden promised to bring the US foreign policy back to norm, pre-Trump norm. Therefore, the partners and allies of the US, especially the European countries, really looked forward to the US return to pre-Trump's policy. However, Biden gave a great surprise to everyone because he didn't return to pre-Trump policy, but he demonstrated nearly total continuation of Trump's approach to the foreign policy. So if we compare the policy driven by Trump and by Biden, we can see many similarities in relation to the essential aspects of the US foreign policy. Their policy towards allies, other major countries, we can see that Biden follows Trump's approach. He really completed those systemic changes in the foreign policy of the US that were initiated by Trump. And he refused from the previous paradigm of the US foreign policy to universalize the world that focuses on the US interests and try to bring other countries into this sphere, not only by military force, but as such. This doesn't mean that the US will refuse supporting the attempts to perform revolutions in the post-Soviet region, but the approach will be different. So when the Cold War ended, the US refused to follow the previous ideology, and Afghanistan was kind of a sum up the end of this policy. Yet the attempts not to transform the whole other world doesn't mean their acceptance of multipolarity or their acceptance of joint creation of a polycentric or multicentric world, together with the other non-Western sources of power. And it doesn't mean that they are going to refuse their ideology or defeat of the collective control. I think that today we are witnessing the formation of the new policy of the foreign policy of the US. And the US is trying to consolidate, to defend their achievements. And their new priority, new essential principle of their foreign policy is to fight their global competitors, such as China and Russia mostly. So the US transformed their policy, and they are producing the new bipolarity, which is quite popular, hot topic today within the US, because they're trying to create new bipolar world in which one pole will be the collective Western countries, and the other pole will be China and Russia and other satellite countries. So this new global confrontation is required to overcome the crisis. And it does overcome the US foreign policy crisis that the US faced in the end of 2000s, because the US are refusing to work with the task that they couldn't complete, but they are working with the new goals, and they're using new approaches in the US foreign policy, overcoming the chaos that the US foreign policy witnessed in the latest years, both during the Trump's administration. And this new confrontation is aiming to help resolve the problem of the internal disputes in the US and polarization of the US political systems and elites as a consequence of this divide. So what happens now is that the US foreign policy crisis does not deepen, but they are attempting to get out of this crisis through the introduction of a new approach. The US ideology remains as it was, but it's a tool of consolidation more than the tool of expansion. It is more the tool of deepening this new global divide that the US pursues. The actual practical implementations of the US foreign policy is more complicated and complex than the whole rhetorics of the global competition between the autocracies and democracies. In practice, the US sees China as more fundamental and important competitor than Russia. The Pacific region has priority over the Europe. They see China as a peer rival, as a global competitor to the US, and they're trying to restrict Chinese development and to create anti-Chinese coalition, and they do it even at the expense of their European policy and anti-Russian policy. they showed that Russia interests the US not only as the groundholder and the ally for restriction of Russia, but as an ally for the restriction of China. The whole story behind the creation of the military alliance between US and Australia behind the back of NATO countries is an example that proves this. Biden's administration tries to prevent the escalation of the contradictions in the relations with Russia, to avoid the escalation of problems in the Pacific and US-Chinese relationships. They're trying not to allow Russia and China form their own unions, anti-US unions. However, this doesn't mean that the US are going to refuse or decrease their attempts to restrict Russia. Their confrontation with Russia is and will remain an integral pillar, integral component of the new US foreign policy, their new approach of global confrontation. They don't have a goal of overcoming the confrontation with Russia, and they see Russia as both geopolitical and ideological rival who tries to disrupt the US interests everywhere and to undermine the political system of the US, to weaken and prevent the development of the US democracy. So Russia tries, in the eyes of the US, to change their essence or their identity. That's the existential opponent. And of course, Russia remains, and in the nearest future will remain, the country, the only country that can completely destroy the US. The US and Russia can destroy each other completely, that's guaranteed. Another factor that we should look at is NATO, because after the US withdrawal from the Afghanistan, the whole point of NATO's existence is their fight against Russia. They used to say that the NATO fights terrorism and pursues other interests in the East, but although there were other aspects to this attitude, now they don't have them at all. The whole point of NATO's existence is the assistance in the struggle between the US and Russia. They support, the European countries support NATO, and it's an element of the US policy. This is another new pillar of the US foreign policy, the new criterion for the development of the US national interests in the whole world and for identification of the scale of the US military presence all over the world. According to this logic, the US will maintain and even increase their presence in the regions of their primary interests, where they struggle against China and Russia. And at the same time, they can afford reduce their presence and the scale of their obligations in the regions that are not central to their struggle with China and Russia. That is, we are talking about the Middle East as the region where the reduction of the US influence is not followed by China coming into this vacuum. Because, of course, Russia will increase its influence in the Middle East, but neither China nor the US are afraid of that. When the US left Afghanistan, they understood perfectly well that neither Russia nor China are going to control the new Afghan government, and this allowed them to leave. We should also mention that the US left the country not in the way they planned to, but I think for the analysis of the new essence of the US foreign policy, we should focus not only on the implementation of the US withdrawal, but on the fact of withdrawal, their decision to leave Afghanistan. Moreover, the US planned this Taliban coming to power in their foreign policy. Their intelligence gave their predictions and forecasts. They pointed out to the fact that Taliban will control the power in the Afghanistan after the US leaves it. But the US still left the country, understanding perfectly well that the Talibs will control the country, and this confirms their change of approach. They left Afghanistan understanding that this vacuum won't be filled in by Russia or China, but that Afghanistan will create a major challenge, a major problem for Russia and China. And the US were quite happy with that. So anyway, what I'm saying is that the US won't refuse their presence and support in the countries and regions of their primary interest in their fight against Russia and China. And most likely the US will reduce their presence and their impact on the countries and regions that are secondary to their goals, that are not very important, insignificant to their fight against Russia and China. That is the Middle East and Africa. Now, a couple more words about the new system of Russian and American relationships. This new approach allows to stabilize but not overcome this confrontation, and it allows to create a model of controlled confrontation in the relationship between Russia and the US. This model and the very fact of stabilization is very fragile, and the new escalation may take place in contradiction to the desires of Moscow and Washington, and this may be unplanned, unintended in nature. Today, neither Russia nor China are interested in the escalation of the Russian and American confrontation, nor in the improvement of relationships through the mitigation of their policy. The US don't want to escalate the confrontation with Russia because of the Chinese factor. They want to freeze, to maintain the current level of the relations with Russia, to free up their resources to oppose China and not to allow the military and technical cooperation between Russia and China. Russia is not interested in further escalation of confrontation with the US because it would have created additional burden on the development of relationships, might inflict new sanctions, restrict the maneuvers of the Russian foreign policy, aggravating the relations with the European, Asian countries, India, etc. And the Russian authorities don't want that. So both parties, the Russia and the US, are not interested in the escalation of their confrontation. However, both parties look at each other as strategically weakening partners, like declining powers that are doomed to go through the fundamental crisis. And total change in their foreign policy. That is why neither party wants to make further moves, and they wait for the other party to make the first step. And this situation will maintain for a long time, I think. Today, we see that both parties refrain from further aggravation or escalation of their conflicts, which cover Ukraine, Syria, or Belarus. We see certain stabilization, at least on the part of the US and Russia. It is very exemplary to remember the visit of Mr. Zelensky to Washington. Apart from the meeting with the president, he didn't get anything. So the US support of the Ukraine remains exactly the same as it was before Zelensky's visit to Washington. They didn't get any invitation to join NATO or membership plan. Russia and the US maintain status quo on their attitude to Syria. The US continues supporting Belarusian opposition, but they are mostly talking about this support. They don't introduce new anti-Russian sanctions. And this stabilization of confrontation implies further development of cooperation. But the nature of this cooperation is very different from the cooperation before this confrontation. Before that, we were working together with the US, building a new system, but today we just continue this process because the refusal from this cooperation will be very painful. Our interests are to prevent further escalation of arms race, to decrease the probability of armed conflict, to decrease the possibility of confrontation in the cyber aspects, in cybersecurity. So we continue our cooperation, and those aspects where our cooperation might be not negative, but might have positive effects, like in the environmental aspects, the cooperation is less efficient. So I'd like to finish with the idea that regardless of the both parties' consensus to maintain the current level of relationships, not to mitigate nor to escalate the conflict, not everything depends on the wishes and desires of the US and Russia. We should remember about the third parties, including Ukraine, for instance. So we don't see any mechanisms that could maintain or guarantee the maintenance of the relationships between the US and Russia if we have a crisis in Syria or in relationships between Ukraine and Russia, or abrupt escalation of situation in Belarus. The parties will have to continue their confrontation even against their will. Thank you very much. I think we will have many questions, but we will ask them later.
Now, the floor is given to the guest that has come to Pyatigorsk for the first time. This is George Satrian, and he's going to speak Thank you very much. Мне сигнала нет. Переключись. Сигнал есть?
Это не у вас, это картинки.
Сутью системного подхода является единство целого и взаимосвязь его элементов.
Today we're speaking about the systemic approach to problems, and this systemic approach implies understanding of the environment. In this context, I'm using this theory as a tool to do research into the situation in Afghanistan and the system of international relations in general. And the task is to organize and reduce complexity of information. There are weak points to this approach. The classical principle of duality, the system is part of the system and a system in itself. And the key point that gives answers to many questions is the historical principle. This approach suggests and asserts that the condition of the system is defined by its past, and this state is not likely to change and is likely to be constant. So we judge about the system, about its present and future only based on the knowledge of its past. On the 15th of August, the Talibs took over Afghanistan. They took over Kabul without any resistance, which was surprising as judged by many players. On the 12th of August, the Ministry of International Affairs of Russia, India, China, and some Central Asian countries and the State Department of the United States, they made statements that the Talibs would not be able to take over Kabul. Such a statement was made by the special representative of Russia to Afghanistan. So to everybody, the takeover of Kabul became a big surprise because everybody thought that the Afghan government would be able to show some resistance. So we can see that on the 14th, 15th of August, some processes took place in Afghanistan, and so we can guess that some agreements were reached on these days. And the takeover of Kabul came as a surprise, but the victory of Talibs on the territory of Afghanistan as a country were quite predictable, and they were predictable due to the policy of the United States in Afghanistan. When the American contingent was withdrawn from Afghanistan, there was a vacuum of power, and soon this vacuum was filled in by the Talibs. The influence of Talibs was quite strong in the countryside, but in Afghan cities, the situation was not like that. That's why the takeover of Talibs was not expected. Now we see that Taliban is highly centralized. It used to be decentralized, but the offense of the spring and summer of 2021 showed the changes in the movement of Taliban. A few words about international diplomacy around Afghanistan. As it has been said before, when Trump came to power, or maybe it happened a bit earlier under Obama, and Trump only gave impetus to the situation. A new strategy of American presence in Afghanistan was taken. Joseph Biden implemented the processes. He started to withdraw the troops and to reduce the American presence in Afghanistan, and not only in Afghanistan. If we look at the statistics of American presence in the big Middle East, we'll see a significant decrease in the presence of Americans in their military bases in Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. So quantitatively, the contingent is reducing. It's a global trend. And we could call it the atmosphere, the reduction of the American presence in the big Middle East and Asian and Central Asia. It happens as a result of the increase in the interest of the United States in China. Consequently, Talibs have come to power, and they are doing that with the support of the regional players, and as it has been said by Mr. Putin, the processes of regionalization are strengthening in this part of the world. The Islamic Republic of Pakistan is the sponsor and mentor of Talibs, supported the Taliban in power, and we can say that Pakistan is projecting huge authority over Afghanistan. The Talibs have consultations with Islamabad and with their law enforcement organs. It is very important for Talibs to gain international recognition. So Talibs are trying to show their sensibility, their attempt to adapt to the new realities. But it's a debatable issue. There are different viewpoints, and I hope that we'll see whether Talibs will be able to become rational and whether they'll adapt to. But the historical principle shows that the system, the Taliban movement, is incapable of a serious adaptation to the new specifics. And if we take the theory, the system theory as methodology, if we regard the system of international terrorism, that since 2001 has been a fully fledged actor on the international stage, then we can see that Talibs are a system within a system. And the strengthening of one system will contribute to the strengthening of the other system. So Talibs and international terrorism will support each other. When we regard a situation in a separate country, when a radical grouping comes to power, from the viewpoint of this theory of systems, it reflects the trends within the bigger system. So we can say that since the takeover of Talibs of the Afghan capital, the international system the international terrorism as a system has gained a significant victory. A victory of unprecedented scale. we can only compare that to the takeover by IGIL of Mosul. Getting back to another element of the theory of systems, the environment, let's take the system of international relations. It is obvious that the unipolar world is over. A new system of international relations has not been formed yet, and I believe that we are living in a transient stage. We are going from the unipolar world, we're moving to something else. And the transient atmosphere supports the system of international terrorism, because international terrorism can draw on chaos, on indecisiveness. And the third factor that I'm afraid will play a negative role in the system of regional security is a factor the attempt of centralization of Afghanistan by Talibs, the attempt to introduce tough control, and the attempt of establishing one's authority over Afghanistan. For the international players, like Russia, like the countries of Central Asia, it would be good if some actor established control of Afghanistan. And speaking of the infringement on human rights, I think many would simply turn a blind eye to the violation of human rights. But we should say that Afghanistan is highly fragmented, and any attempts of centralization lead to another round of standoff and bloodshed. Let's draw the line. There are three processes within the system of international relations: strengthening of regionalization, then strengthening of Pakistan, a reduction of interest to the region by the big players, the withdrawal of American troops, and third, the attempt of centralizing Afghanistan. In the three aspects that lead to the strengthening of the macro system of international terrorism, of which Taliban is a part. The evolution of Talibs, if they become more rational, will not negatively affect the system of international terrorism. International terrorism will strengthen only due to the fact that Talibs are at power. Thank you for attention. Well, thank you. There are some debatable points but it's going to be even more interesting. We have been specialists in terrorism here, a specialist in female terrorism, for example. And let me give the floor to Ivan Bocharov. Mr. Bocharov is an expert of the Russian Council on International Affairs.
Dear colleagues, I would like to thank the hosts for this meeting. It's very interesting to listen to all of you, and my speech will be dedicated to the threat of the new wave of radicalization in the Middle East, which I think is quite real. I will draw your attention to some figures. In Qatar, Doha, there is a center for research in political studies, which holds very interesting research every year. The scientists perform tens of thousands interviews with the respondents from the Arab world, and then they publish their annual report. The report for 2021 is not released yet, but we have data from the previous year. In 2020, the residents of the Arab countries improved their relation to Islamic State. Those who support this Islamic State became very numerous for the recent years. The total number of people who support this group is 5% of population. Back in 2020, one of the main reasons of this radicalization could be the economic crisis provoked by the pandemic of the coronavirus. When poverty grows, the social tensions grow. In some countries like Syria or Libya, you could see the trend showing that the representatives of poor population joined the radical groupings. 16 months ago, one of the Islamic State leaders made a video recording, and he talked for 40 minutes about two topics mostly. The first one was that the COVID pandemic will strike the believers of other religions, and the second one was the topic of Afghanistan, when he said that what happens between the US and the Taliban will not remain in Afghanistan only. He said that the Americans are weak since they negotiate with the Talibs, and we should catch this chance. This is the logic that the leaders of radical groups were used 16 months ago. So what they see now is that the strongest army in the world was defeated by Talibs, and after 20 years of war in Afghanistan, they withdrew and left the country to the Talibs. The troops' withdrawal is difficult to be seen as the well-thought-through evacuation. I would say they ran away from the country. And the Taliban even made a point telling the US when to depart from the country, and then they inaugurated their government on 9/11, which was seen as a symbolic gesture, and the radical groupings saw that the enemy could be defeated. Let's assume that Taliban doesn't have an aim of external expansion and really intends to fight terrorist groups that act in Afghanistan now, but their threat to radicalization of the Middle East and the risks of terroristic threat spreading still remain with us. There are certain groups close to Al-Qaeda in their approaches and intentions, and what they're going to do, we don't know. If the Taliban fights the terrorist groups in Afghanistan, they can move to other countries in the Middle East. I'd like you also to know two things that may influence the situation in the Middle East in the near future. The US President Joe Biden said that the US troops will be withdrawn from Iraq until the end of the year. I think there are 2,500 US troops in that country. And although this is a minor factor, but it balances out the situation. So when the US withdraw from Iraq, the radicalists will try to destabilize the situation in this country. Another important political event is Libya is going to have their elections in December. The situation is quite peaceful in the last months there, but we know that the mechanisms of regulation of the Libyan conflict may fail, and the number of arms joined with tribalism, with radicalization in the Libyan society, create preconditions for the development of radical Islam and terroristic activities. To sum up, I'd like to say that I cannot give you exact forecasts, but in my point of view, there are two factors that will affect the radicalization of the Middle East in the nearest years. That's the pandemic and its economic consequences that may create preconditions for the social tensions. And the second factor is Afghanistan and the Taliban's win that can give you an example for other terrorist groups. Thank you very much. And we are going to have much time for the questions and discussions. So, dear colleagues, you are welcome. If you want to ask questions to our speakers, please do. My name is Sandra Stilkovich. I'm a representative of Gorchakov Foundation. And it was very interesting to listen to our experts today. But I'd like to go back to my specific topic, the Balkans, and to draw some parallels with the speeches that we heard today. In the first panel, we discussed the transition from the global to the regional. So if we pay attention to the regions and look at how they develop, we will see the reverse trend from the regional to the global. An example that I can give is the actions of the radical groups that were sanctioned 20 or 30 years ago. One of the superpowers that was mentioned today kind of blessed them, and because of that, regional players became more global. If we take Afghanistan, I can remember how the Balkans were deemed incompetent to fight such opponents, and the representatives of those radical structures were brought to the Balkans countries, and they trained the troops that were supposed to dominate the region. Today, we see such quasi-structures and quasi-states that used to perform illegal actions before they became officially recognized. Today, I heard about Afghanistan, where the radical groupings entered the state level. But I can give you the example of Balkans, like other regions where similar things are happening now. I think we should look wider than just use a regional approach to this thing, because the radical groupings are spreading and developing in the same way everywhere. Like Balkans, the Middle East, the US, and Russia, such groupings spread out and threat the whole humankind. I liked a comment of Mr. Asatran, who gave us an example of 3 processes of regionalization. They look like a certain template that they follow. strengthening of regionalization, then withdrawal of resources like the US did. There was such thing as white paper of the Republic of Serbia, where not only names were given, but even the processes were described and negotiations that were held during the radicalization of the region. After the US hired those radical structures and trained them, they didn't follow their orders and became strong actors themselves. So I believe this is a template that is used by the US, and now we see a picture that is a bit different. I saw a public transcript of certain negotiations where generals spoke of the US Army, and they mentioned that they had their base there, but they said that they couldn't control the troops and they couldn't do anything about it. So we see what happens now. We heard Eddie Rama speaking the other day, who mentioned their support of joining Albania and Kosovo, and I hope that the international society will comment on this. I can list many threats, and I think that we may continue speaking about these approaches and discuss them from different points of view. But still, the fact remains that the development of situation in Afghanistan and in the Middle East, as well as in other regions, is out of our control. I remember when we mentioned the introduction of the US troops in Afghanistan, the Balkans had several campaigns that reported that they were looking for the employees from the population, common people who will work not only in the US bases in the Eastern Europe, but in the Middle East too, in Afghanistan. So it was quite contradictory to the fact that the US withdrew their troops from the Afghanistan. So we should take into account everything that happens into the world. It's not a question, it's more than more comment.
My question is, what should be the position of Russia like in the triangle Russia, USA, and China? Well, should it be cooperation with China? The experience of the 60s shows what it may end with. So not everything goes so very smoothly in the cooperation with China. The Chinese position, if you sit on the riverbank long enough, sooner or later the corpse of your enemy will float by. Mr. Gorchakov, there were several attempts of creating pirate states. For example, the state of Afghanistan. And where will it happen again? Libya, Yemen? What are your projections? These are not going to be very well developed states, right? It will be a smaller country. Where will the fourth attempt of creating a rogue state, a pirate state, take place? Based on terrorism, I mean. Then I have a question to Mr. Asatryan. The situation in Afghanistan is not so very straightforward and simple. About 10 years ago, when a student of mine was doing a research, we came to the conclusion that Russia should maintain a certain level of contact with the moderate part of Talibs. You failed to mention another very serious enemy in Afghanistan, this is ISIS. I don't mean that if Talibs win, ISIS wins as well. Let's put those theories aside. Let's look at the problems. There are two competing terrorist organizations. One of them is clearly anti-Russian, and that is ISIS. And the other one is moderate, with whom you can talk. And in our thesis, we put forward the idea that we should maintain contacts with Talibs. And then reality showed that Russia stood on this way. There are Talibs who are ready to cooperate with Russia. ISIS is developing now. It's anti-Russian, and there isn't a strong terrorist player yet. China today is also trying to establish contacts with the moderate wing of Talibs. What should we do? Should we stand on the position that we reject every terrorist organization, but then we may not have time to have wing in the pie? So that's the question to Mr. Asatryan. It's not, the situation in Afghanistan is not as straightforward as you put it. We have some first-hand information on Afghanistan, and the situation is complex. Then the question to Mr. Parastatov, one of the well-established channels of supplying terrorists to the territory of Russia is through Afghanistan and Central Asia. The borders are transparent there, and statistics show that the terrorist acts and attempts of terrorist acts on the territory of Russia were implemented or designed to be implemented by immigrants from Central Asia. What should Russia do? What barriers can we put on their way? Should we seal the border, and then we would worsen the relations with our partners from the Organization of the Collective Security Treaty? If we don't do that, then we will be waiting for some tragedy to erupt. Yesterday, my wife asked me to go to the local market. I was shocked at the picture. The sellers there, the overwhelming majority is representatives from Central Asia. Can our security services guarantee that none of them are connected with terrorist organizations? Russia should be doing something. What are your suggestions? So I gave one question to every expert. Thank you for the question. I believe that Russia should stay a strategic partner of China, strengthening Russia's independence as a player on the international arena. Russia's interest in the partner relations with China is much deep than the Russian-American or Russian-Chinese confrontation due to geography and due to security reasons. We cannot afford cutting off relations or decreasing relations with China. It could lead to an existential threat. Look at the dynamics of the Russian-Chinese turnover. Now it reaches up to 12.8% of the whole trade turnover of Russia. Russia wouldn't like to get a zero-sum game with China in Asia. We wouldn't like to have another Ukraine, because the situation is complicated by the factors of radical Islam. So we need partner relations with China, and it's an independent variable. Russia should not form a military alliance of any kind with China, and it's not on the agenda, actually. The degree of trust, our military cooperation, technical cooperation, it exceeds the connections that within NATO. But Russia should not position itself just simply a partner of China, China's little partner. We should maintain cooperation, including in the strategic struggle with the United States. America's foreign policy leaves us no choice here, despite the fact that the US regards confrontation with China as one of the key elements of their policy. They cannot give up on the confrontation with Russia. So we should cooperate with China, including on the collective standoff against China, against America. But Russia should do a lot to intensify its relations with India, despite the restrictions that exist to enforce the relations with Japan, to strengthen its relations with South Korea, which are regarded as one of the most benevolent and important Russia's partner in Asia. South Korea less depends on the United States than, for example, Japan. As in the Middle East and Africa, Russia's policy is independent of China. It's already independent or is independent yet. But we must preserve this status. The American-Chinese struggle is becoming a central axis of international relations. I believe this axis produces opportunities for Russia, because Russia positions itself as a balancer, as a mediator in the eyes of the African countries and Middle Eastern countries. The interest of African countries in Russia Russia is not an ex-colonist, but it's neither China nor America, and Russia cannot become a hegemon. But Russia can give a lot to the countries that are developing the cooperation with Russia. So for the Middle Eastern countries and African countries, sovereignty is a sovereignty enabler. A sovereignty enabler and not a potential hegemon. It creates a demand for Russia in the non-Western world, and we should go this way. As for the long perspective, the role of Russia in this triangle is and will be defined by the dynamic and perspective of the Sino-American confrontation. Russia will not experience any serious threats from China, and China will not transform the asymmetry that is strengthening in the Russian-Chinese relations in Chinese field, unless China is facing threats from the United States. While China is busy with the United States, China cannot confront Russia. But when the United States lose in the confrontation, the United States will have to become one of the power poles. Is there any guarantee that when China will have a much stronger advantage in power over Russia, will China in this case pursue a respecting policy towards Russia in the conditions of asymmetry? There isn't an answer. There are no guarantee. So we must get ready to this perspective as well by strengthening the big Eurasia. In this community, China will have less impetus and opportunity to pursue a non-Russian policy, and Russia must also strengthen relations with other centers of power, with Europe, with the United States, after we are done with controversy. So the role of Russia in this triangle is partnership with China and being an independent from China's center of power. Thank you for your question. I don't have, a definitive answer about a new Islamic caliphate that can appear. The first country that springs to my mind is Afghanistan. Okay, after Afghanistan. As I have said, Iraq, there could be an outburst there when the United States withdraw from Iraq. The situation may aggravate. There are some dormant cells of IGIL in Iraq, and they may try to repeat their success of 2015 when they took over Mosul. It could be Libya. The society there is very fragmented, and there are all the conditions for this radicalization of society and creating a new Islamic caliphate. Among the less obvious variants, if we look at the statistics, it could be the region of Sahel. The number of terrorist acts has increased dramatically. Then it could be, and I hope it's a less possible variant, somewhere in Central Asia. I'm not speaking about the formation of a terrorist state, but looking at the map, we see that Afghanistan is very close to Central Asia. And if Talibs will do away with other terrorist groups actively, these terrorists can collect in one of the provinces Oh, okay. Give me names of the regions, countries. You as analyst, what projections can you make? I cannot make such a projection. And this projection is not likely to come into life.
Okay, question about the Russian policy towards Afghanistan. I think those diplomatic efforts that are taken towards Afghanistan, they are quite natural and rational. And they support the aim of Russia in the Central Asia, that's maintaining the regional security and the security of Moscow's partners in the Central Asia. We have the allies in different treaties and unions there, and the diplomatic contacts with the Taliban are quite rational and explainable. The Norway, the Japan maintain such contacts. This is not a unique thing for Russia. Many Western and Eastern and Asian countries do the negotiations, so the Russia's position in this respect is quite correct. We need to maintain the dialogue with the Talibs to understand their ideas, their goals, and try to make them act peacefully. I think this is my answer. I have no doubts in competence of my colleague. I just want to give my own comment. I would like to mention our president, who signed the concept of the migration policy of the Russian Federation, according to which Russia is expected to accept 10 million of migrants by 2050. And I am a member of the committee under the president of the Russian Federation, and I'm against this actually, because all subjects of the North Caucasus Federal District are recognized as the territories of the priority for accommodation of the migrants from abroad. So now we are looking forward to accept the people that come from the Central Asia, and in the Russian government we have two parties. One party registers intensification of crime committed by the migrants from the Central Asia, but the other group sees that many construction sites, strategically important, people who migrated from the Central Asia work there. I absolutely support your position, and I don't think that we need that many migrants in Russia. It's a complicated question, and it's difficult to give an answer to how to mitigate this threat of extremism penetration from the countries of the Central Asia. One suggestion is that the countries of the Middle Asia do not need visas to come to Russia, and we need to maintain this system. However, there are certain technologies like ProVisa that is used by, say, the US, several countries of the European Union, like Portugal or Greece, where the migrants from Africa or Middle East can get that visa and through that go to the US. So we need to use similar approach to understand who is going to visit our country. The second one is that even today, the countries of the former Soviet Union, there are many people in those countries who speak Russian and they want to get Russian citizenship, to become Russian nationals, and they need some system, simplified system. And if we introduce that, they could balance out the demand for the labor force in the Russian Federation. I would like to give a comment to develop the position of Maya Artashesan. I would like to mention that there is such thing as Sabanin's package to support the migrants who give birth to children in Moscow, and they can get as much as 20,000 rubles if a baby is born in Moscow. I spent some time in France and I saw the country dying right before my eyes. So I'm sorry, but those migrants who come to Russia, I am very familiar with the problem where Rossотрудничество works and another organization that works with our Russian people living abroad. But the thing is, if those people come to our country, they won't work on the construction sites. They are educated people, journalists, etc. And those people won't work as constructors, builders. Because if we take 10 million people and bring them into the country, I can imagine who will come. I saw those people coming from Algeria or Nigeria to France, and the situation will be the same here. So I have a question about Afghanistan. Dear colleagues, am I alone to suppose that we are wrong to call Taliban a religious sect? Because this is my interpretation of your idea that based on certain information, certain data delivered by the experts, we should ask a question. Is Taliban a religious sect, or is it the ideology of the Afghan government? Because when the US troops entered the Afghanistan, Taliban disappeared almost immediately. But then 20 years later, they reappeared and they are strong as ever. So I personally have an opinion that Taliban is not a religious group, a religious movement. I don't know. I won't be able to answer your question. Sorry. Answering your question, what is the most likely area where the new structure will appear? We had a brilliant Islamic scientist who worked with us and who unfortunately died in 2003. But his guess was that the new caliphate will appear not in the Middle East, but in Fergana Valley. If we take a look at that area, there are 3 states there now, but all combined are the area where up to 2,000 people live per square kilometer. And if we take Malawi, they are the fourth worst country in the world by per capita income. And another country is the third worst state per this parameter. As long as there's someone who initiates a conflict there, the whole area will be involved in it. The same applies to the ISIS, and there is another serious factor, the Uyghurs, those who work as intelligence officers in the ISIS. I'd like to mention another aspect. Very often, globalization is opposed to regionalization, and I think there is a mistake in it, because in addition to the fact that global economy is criminal economy, it's in its nature, there is another factor. Macro regions do not oppose the globalization. If we think about the system that was created in the 16th and 17th century, the global market, we see those empires that immediately appeared. We are talking about Spain, part of Europe, plus Mexico and South America. Then we talk about Russia in the 16th century. The joined Kazan, Mongols, and many other small states in the Southeastern Asia. In fact, the creation of the global market was accompanied by the creation of global empires. So the same process, the similar process takes place now. It's going to be not as brutal as it was in the 16th century. It will be softer power, but the world goes back to the 15th, 16th centuries, and there are no contradictions between globalization and regionalization. And in this respect, we need to have specialists in regional sciences, specialists in Vietnam, Ceylon, and at this stage of global development, we will need a specialist who would know 2 or 3 languages and who would specialize in certain regions. Of course, there is such country as China, which is both macro-region and civilization and the state, but that's almost a unique thing. As for the other regions in the East, undoubtedly we should have new educational programs and new institutions. Thank you. As for the last thesis that you voiced, we are the university that educates specialists in the international regions. We have students who study 10 languages. And even our students, former students, work in the embassies of different countries. So we have students who learn different languages. We prepare journalists, political science specialists, economists, etc. And our graduates work everywhere, in the UN including. So we have spent an hour and a half working, and we complied with the time frame, and I think our panel was quite fruitful. So I think everything was quite interesting. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your participation. And I'm giving floor to Elena Georgievna. Our panel's work is over, and we are going to have lunch now. It's 2 o'clock now, and we will meet again after lunch at 3:30 at our third panel.
Recording stopped.
So thank you very much.
Коллеги, если все живы, все здесь, то тогда приступаем. Елингер, может, скажете слово, что, что к чему тут?
Дело в том, что у нас же есть у каждой секции свой модератор, поэтому нечего тут на меня стрелки переводить. Работайте.
Хорошо, работайте.
Recording in progress.
Как говорится, пилите, Шура, пилите, работайте. С великой радостью. Спасибо большое.
Let's get down to work. It's a great privilege for me to moderate this section. We've just had lunch and blood has streamed from the brain to the stomach. But we'll do our best and continue work. In this section, there are 4 reports. So there will be 1 hour lecture material, and then we'll discuss the reports. We will start with Alexander Kalevin, Doctor of Economics, academician, Vice Rector of Pyatigorsk State University.
Прошу вас, пожалуйста, Александр Петрович.
Спасибо большое. Добрый день, уважаемые
Thank
коллеги.
you, dear colleagues. The problems of global development risks that we are discussing are extremely topical and even pressing for modern society. At the same time, this topic is complex and multifaceted because it deals with a whole range of causes, factors, and conditions. Within the scope of this topic, global economy risks, I will formulate several general theses that reveal the main problems and the tasks arising from them in this area. First of all, it should be emphasized that the very problem of risks and vulnerability of the world is relatively new for humanity and accordingly for sciences. It has worsened in the recent centuries during a period of large-scale industrial development, accelerated by scientific and technological progress. Today, this problem is becoming even more burning as the process of international economic, political, cultural, and other integration and unification deepens. The modern process of globalization is characterized, first of all, by qualitative changes in the structure of the global economy, as a set of national economies closely related to each other through the system of division of labor, economic and financial relations via inclusion in a single market, as well as organizational and production interdependence based on integration and transnationalization. As a result of globalization, the world is becoming more united and more dependent on all of its subjects. Hence, there is an increase in the number and the change in the nature of general risks and threats. An interesting fact is that for the first time, the term globalization, still in a narrow sense than as intensive international trade, was used by Karl Marx, who in one of his letters to Frederick Engels in the late 1850s wrote, "Now the global market actually exists. With the entry of California and Japan to the world market, globalization came into being." The central idea arising from the understanding of the essence of globalization is that many of the current problems cannot be adequately assessed and studied at the level of the national state, that is, at the level of an individual country and its relations with other countries. Today, they need to be formulated in terms of global processes. The second thesis, which follows from the above, is that among the totality of risks of the modern vulnerable world, the risks of the global economy associated with threats to the stable functioning and development of both the world economy as a whole and the economies of individual sovereign states require priority attention. In this regard, we should take into account the fact that today it is difficult to separate purely economic or business risks from their other types inherent in the global system, since they are all interconnected and complement each other. Therefore, the analysis of the risks of the global economy should be of a complex, interdisciplinary nature. And researchers of this complex issue need serious knowledge in the field of demography, ecology, climate, geopolitics, technology, and so on. The World Economic Forum recently released its annual regular report on the main risks the world faces today. It highlighted 5 main threats: slowing economic development and increasing social tensions, climate change, declining biodiversity, cyber security challenges, and new challenges faced by public health in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As for the problems of the world economy, here, first of all, there is an increase in the risk of stagnation. Its sustainable development is hampered by macroeconomic instability and financial inequality. Low trade barriers, fiscal moderation, and global investment, which previously formed the basis of economic growth, are now being revised by the leading economies. As a result, the monetary and fiscal stimulus of the economy are weakening. Among the main negative factors, there are trade tensions, a reduction in investment, and an increase in debts of both private businesses and the states themselves. The next thesis. The entire set of threats to the modern world economy can be subdivided into those that actually exist in the current conditions, that is actual, and potential, those that are still dormant but can manifest themselves at any time in the near or distant future. Among the most obvious real threats to the global economy manifesting themselves in the current conditions, first of all, the COVID-19 pandemic stands out. According to the latest WHO data, the coronavirus infection has affected more than 230 million people worldwide. That's the data as of October the 10th. About 5 million people died from the disease. According to the UN report, the downfall of the world economy was 4.3% in the past 2020. This is the sharpest decline in global production since the Great Depression. The developed economies where severe restrictive measures were introduced were mostly affected by the pandemic. Those were the countries of Europe and several states of the United States. The GDP of developed countries fell by 5.6%. According to the UN forecasts, in 2021, the recovery growth will amount to a maximum of 4.0%, which will not yet return the economies of developed countries to the pre-crisis level. About 80% of the economically active population of the Earth has suffered from quarantine measures to one degree or another. In OECD countries, the unemployment rate during lockdowns rose to an average of 9%. In developing countries, the situation is even worse. The range of unemployment rates is from 27% in Nigeria and Jordan to 10–13% in Latin America and some Asian countries. In addition, the pandemic has increased inequality, with more than 130 million more people living in poverty worldwide. Another serious problem of the modern global economy is geopolitical risks. In recent years, there has been an increase in internal national and inter-ethnic political and economic disagreements. International economic projects are increasingly subject to restrictions for political reasons. Mistrust is growing between countries and their alliances. Striking examples of these are the situation with the Nord Stream 2 project, which divided the positions of the EU countries, which became the subject of US political pressure in Germany, France, and other countries interested in the implementation of this project, as well as the recent conflict over the largest contract between Australia and the United States on the construction of submarines, which on the one hand drove a wedge between these countries and France due to the breakdown of the previous Australian-French agreements, and on the other hand generated tensions in the southeastern part of the globe, affecting China's geopolitical interests. All this is happening against the background of a change in the balance of power and a rethinking by states of their place in the system of international relations, with an increased emphasis on unilateral adoption of measures to realize national interests. The report of the aforementioned World Economic Forum also drew attention to the dangerous deployment of a new Cold War over the Arctic. We know that the participants are Russia, the United States, China, and Norway, which are fighting for resources, fish, trade routes, and a strategic presence in the region. In this regard, the report calls for the need to mainstream the multi-stakeholder approach and involve all stakeholders in order to take early action to prevent related global risks. Finally, one more serious threat to the global economy, which I would like to mention, is the side effects, negative side effects of the digitalization process in the world economy. At the present stage, a new digital economic structure is being actively formed in the world. Digitalization of economic processes is being introduced everywhere. This phenomenon is caused by the rapid development of information technology, microelectronics, and communications in most countries of the world. Content is a kind of core of the digital economy. Therefore, the quality of data and the technical ability to work with them, widely used in economic processes, become the cornerstone of all activities. Therefore, one of the main threats to digitalization is the risk of data corruption or the risk of data loss. At the same time, the transboundary nature of digitalization in the context of the openness of economic entities makes the national sector of the economy very vulnerable to negative external influences. Today, we are witnessing a sharp increase in the scale of computer crime in the credit and financial sector. The entire business connected to the network creates new opportunities for international cyber criminals. Experts have calculated that the global damage from cyber crimes has recently amounted to about $600 billion a year, or almost 1% of world GDP. The actualization of risks directly in the industrial sector can entail dire consequences. For example, in an attack on Israel's water infrastructure, hackers plan to alter the chlorine concentration in the water supply to residential buildings, leading to massive poisoning. Or another example, the recent cyber attack-related power outage in India had a negative impact on hospitals and transportation systems in several cities. The number of crimes related to the violation of the constitutional rights and freedoms of citizens, related to privacy when processing personal data using information technologies, is also increasing. In the digital economy, an individual becomes completely vulnerable to global platforms and networks. The digitalization of the economy also poses serious threats to national and global labor markets. Digitalization and related processes create threats to reduction of employment and negative shifts in its structure. First of all, we are talking about the fact that as a result of the development of automation and robotization, a significant number of jobs in the real sector of the economy will be lost. Accordingly, another threat arises. This is the risk of loss of income. The World Bank recognizes that there is a certain risk that automation will lead to an increase in unemployment, as a result of which competition for jobs could intensify. In turn, this can lead to stagnation of wages in certain sectors and exacerbation of the problem of inequality. The situation is aggravated by the fact that in many countries there is still no legal framework regulating the new economic order, or it does not correspond to the technological changes taking place at the present stage. For example, only in some states, the essence of cryptocurrency, cloud servers, and electronic databases, their status, security, mechanisms, and methods of implementation are determined at the legal level. It should be emphasized that the government of Russia has recently noticeably stepped up activities to develop and regulate the processes of digitalization of the economic, social, cultural, and other spheres of life. This is the only correct way out of the current situation in the modern world. High-quality development and support of our own internal institutions and mechanism of digitalization guarantees the national economy security and at the same time competitiveness in a dynamic global market. And in conclusion, one more essential thesis. It is not correct to believe that the global risks are related only to the factors with an extremely negative impact. Risks simultaneously carry new opportunities associated with the development of socio-economic relations, the transition to a new stage of economic development characterized by new technologies, systems for economic processes managing, and so on. The practical conclusion that follows from all of the above is that the objective existence of global problems of humankind determines the need for global functions in modern states. Such functions are characterized by universality, and consequently, they make it necessary to combine the efforts of all countries in order to confront the real and, in the future, potential threats to both the very existence and the progressive development of humankind. Thank you. I think that we are going to listen to all speeches first, and then we will have a discussion, okay? Thank you for your understanding, colleagues. Thank you for your compliance with the time frames. So we are going to hear another speech by Margarita Mudrak, Chairperson of the Board of St. Petersburg Association for International Cooperation. And I'd like to mention that this third part is characterized by huge arrays of massive data. And this second speech will be the power of young people in the development of international cooperation as an example of the activities of St. Petersburg Association for International Cooperation.
Dear participants, I represent the Organization for Public Diplomacy in St. Petersburg. I also represent St. Petersburg University. And I'd like to express my gratitude to participate in the International Meeting of Intellectuals for the second time. Today, public diplomacy occupies a very important place in international relations, and we try to engage the young in this work. Let me refer my speech to the plane of practical work and tell you how we bring the young to participate in public diplomacy. I remember poet Michael Lermontov. In his lines, we read that he looks with sadness at the present-day young. We disagree with the poet. We do our best that our young people should be able to participate in such meetings of intellectuals. What do we do for that? And what does the youth give to us? The youth gives us confidence that public diplomacy has a future. The youth give us new ideas, the opportunity to elaborate new projects. The youths give impetus to our development in the sphere of modern technologies. Through our activities, we try to form in the young a very distinct picture of their country and their role in the country. As we have already said, today's world is vulnerable, and the young come to us to do projects, to write theses, do research, and they try to find out why our society is developing so quickly, how new realities are being formed. The young want to feel that they are necessary for society. Let me note that in the new global society and in the educational sphere, the influence of international and national public society is growing. They fight for the minds of the young and they engage the young in their work. We also do it. In our work, we cooperate with different city structures, representatives of ministries. Let me remind you that our organization has a long history. It originated in Moscow in 1925 as an all-Russia cultural society for connections with foreign Russians. In 1992, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, it became Association for International Cooperation. Of course, we don't work on such a big scale as before. There are very few houses of friendship. In St. Petersburg Association for International Cooperation, there are more than 50 foreign partners, 30 societies of friendship and associations for cooperation in such countries as China, USA, India, Italy, Bulgaria, Serbia, Poland. Among our 100 partners in St. Petersburg, there are schools and colleges, and some of them have been working with us for several decades. Our organization is 95 years old, and we joined the All-Russia Marathon of Friendship, and we cooperate with school and university students. We organized competitions in rhetoric skills. We cooperate with Chinese newspapers and newspapers in London. One of the topics for conversation was peace doesn't mean that there is no war. The St. Petersburg Union of English Speakers has participated in such events for 25 years. St. Petersburg Prize winners go to London and China to compete in rhetorical skills. And such competitions let the young to furnish their viewpoint with arguments. It's a very useful experience. It shows the young that they play a very important role in their country and in the whole world. Our center is engaged in developing Russian-Chinese relations. I called my speech "The Power of the Young," and that was the name of one of our projects with China. It aimed to engage the young in the Chinese-Russian cooperation and meant a number of forms of interaction, debates, interviews, etc. While joining in this work, the young were opening new opportunities for each other. You know, we believe that in serious and responsible projects, the young open up their abilities. And of course, we engage the young into our project dedicated to the 75th anniversary of the victory in the Second World War. We prepared an exhibition, Anti-Fascist Movement in Europe. From our partners abroad in France, Serbia, Israel, Great Britain, we received some very valuable archival materials. We translated them into Russian and prepared them for an interactive presentation. Our interns of the Social Center of Translation Interpretation did it. In the framework of our cooperation with the British Friendship Society, our young people translated a book by an English writer on the blockade of St. Petersburg. We stand to protect peace. We carry out various volunteer projects. These volunteer projects unite both students from Russia and Germany when they speak about the history of the Second World War. The idea of the conference belongs to our British partners. We're constantly participating in the model of United Nations with two gymnasia in St. Petersburg. We mark the Day of Parliamentary Culture. We conducted a competition in essays, parliamentary democracies, modern models and traditions. Our aim is to increase the interest of the young in parliamentary democracy, and we are proud of our unique projects for the young. For 7 years, we've been training young people in the Youth School of Democracy. The classes are delivered by the personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and famous professors. We draw your attention, so we focus on regional studies. We engage the young into strengthening of ties with the other Slavic countries. Together with the Committee of Foreign Ties, we came up with the initiative of holding an annual Congress, St. Petersburg and the Slavic world. We actively participate in international actions devoted to foreign countries, to foreign sister countries and cities. Of course, the coronavirus crisis affected the effectiveness of some of our actions, but it gave us more opportunities to hold events and programs online. We have participated in many video conferences, roundtables, and it helps to communicate with the young who are digital oriented. Let me say that it's not easy for us to get grants. We received the Gorchakov fund grant several years ago. And the grant was to carry out research into the influence of the public diplomacy on the Russian-British relations. We're looking forward to more projects like this. To draw the bottom line, let me say that our work with the young is of utmost importance. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. You were to the point, very brief. I have questions for you, but I will ask them later. Let me introduce Alexander Artemonov. It's time for his speech. Artemonov Alexander is Doctor of Social Sciences of France and the Vatican. He's a columnist for the weekly Zvezda. Opus Dei, the Secret Service of the Vatican, the conquering of the world and financial power.
Thank you. I hope my speech will be quite interesting to you, because when we talk about Vatican, people think that we are going to speak about different theories, Masons, and I promise I will try to stick to the facts and to continue the panel without going to very details. I graduated from the Academy of Diplomacy in France, and my narrow specialization is armies of NATO, dealing with their technical equipment and mostly their ideological concepts. Speaking about Vatican, this is probably an eternal topic, and we should remember the numerous number of people who are very famous, and we should remember that they are always using the approach Dragna-Hosten, that is the movement towards west, towards east, and that was back in the old times when the people were promised lands in the east, and they were asked to bring Christianity to the wild people, to the barbarians. They were deceived, of course, and they did the best they could, bringing faith with swords. And since then, the threats remain with us, and the Pope is seen by many people as a very positive head of the state who is very powerful, but at the same time, he's the head of the whole wing of Christianity, which cannot refuse combining both spiritual and state-related aspects. They always combine the tools of spiritual nature in the interpretation of the world global policy interpretation. I cannot but mention that Vatican was created through the after the murder of the last Merovingian king, when Frederick III was killed. And after that, the Holy Empire was created on the bones of the last representative of legal dynasty. After that, Karl the Great recognized Vatican And it was a very astonishing statement when the person controlling the whole Christian world recognized the powers and authority of Bishop of Rome. But the museum in Vatican represents those letters, and as we know, at that time, the whole world was developing and the colonies were created at the blessings of Vatican. Back then, the world was divided between Portugal and Spain in the Atlantic region. Then, in the late 17th century, Spain and Portugal separated and divided Japan between themselves, and the Japanese didn't even know that their country was split in two. And the document confirming that was signed by Vatican. So the spiritual authority kind of confirmed, certified the capacities and capabilities of the political regimes. So, as if working in a creative lab, spiritual lab, the representatives of Vatican do their say, and they divide functions between their orders. For example, Dominican orders and Jesuits are doing different functions like analysis, intelligence. St. Francis order is responsible for the finance, and so on. There is another interesting fact for you to understand how it is connected to Russia. The latest creation of Vatican is Opus Dei. This is not the book written by Dan Brown. I know that many of you may have read the books and watched the movies, Angels and Demons, and so on. However, Dan Brown somehow simplified the topic, and through this popularization, he reduced and mitigated the problems related to Opus Dei. One of them is the presence of Opus Dei in the territory of Russia. In addition to the functioning of Vatican representatives, of Catholics in the Russian territory, Opus Dei has a separate representative office, so to say. As we know, the Latin part of Catholics in the world are very strong, and Opus Dei includes numerous representatives of the people from Latin America. They work very actively in Russia. They have been active for the last 15 years. I will give you the title, the position, numerary. This is the person who was involved by Opus Dei, who was personally created by the Pope, and he deals with counterintelligence activities. This function also combines financial aspect, and they work together with the Vatican Bank, and they deal with the ideology. This is kind of hybrid between the central intelligence system, including the financial functions and counterterrorism and so on. This order appeared not long ago, and how they worked before they came to Russia. The founder of this order was born in 1902. He became the bishop when he was 22 years old, and he had a great success because by the end of his life he visited 87 countries, and this structure of his complied 87,000 people all over the world. Opus Dei is not an order of monks. It's not purely a religious organization. As we understand, this is not an order this is an order that combines both men and women among the members. They don't have any separation. Contrary to the Catholic world, those rules were established in the 12th century. So contrary to that rule, Opus Dei members may be married, and at the same time, they may remain monks and nuns. There are different levels existing in the order. Numeraries, they live in societies, and they send all of their earnings to the order. Then they have other employees who credit 25% of their earnings to the order. Then there are supernumeraries who live among common people. And another level are, so to say, ideologists who develop the whole ideology of the order. We are talking about threats today, and that's why I should mention that the threat posed by this order is in its invisibility. Muslims, Alevites, Sunnis, Shiites, and nearly any religious organization can be a part of that order. So we should mention that Opus Dei is not purely an order as it used to be. So it's interesting how Jose Maria Escriva came to power. First, they had religious investigations. There is such a book called The Path, which contains certain ideas, and of course one of them is that each employee of the Opus Dei order is a warrior of Christ. And now I would like to make a bridge between that book and the intelligence aspect of this order's activity. We know that both in our country and in other countries, the intelligence has its own spies and its own sources of information who used to work for some time in different structures, and then they were engaged by the intelligence. And like with any intelligence system, there may be mistakes, there may be human errors, and so on. Now, can you imagine what it is like to work with the global organization that is very strong in its philosophy, and the methods of influence are very strong? So, if you get into the Opus Dei order, you won't remain your previous self. They employ different methods. They make you pray for 3 or 4 hours per day. They use soft power, so to say, and they mandate you to make confessions every week, and so on. So this spiritual ideology that talks to the basic human values, and it is very difficult to withstand the effect of this ideology. In 1947, the order opened its representatives in Ireland, in France and Italy. Later, they went into the Latin America. They were represented in Chile, Venezuela, and Colombia. The University of Pamplona is the University of Opus Dei. They have no problems getting new young diplomats working for the order, and then they came to Russia. I promised to mention the financial aspect, and I can say that they created Vatican II. This is kind of transformation of a religion that was close to Orthodox Christianity, I mean Catholicism. They transformed it into sort of sect, which deviated far from the basics of the Christianity. When it happened when they had a conference, Vatican II, where they revised the fundamental aspects of the faith, and that conference was initiated by Opus Dei, which was behind the Pope, and they brought Karl Wojtyła to power, which can be proved. And after that, they already started controlling the financial organization, which turned into Bank of Vatican, and then it turned into the Institute of Religious Operations. It has huge strength, and it allows the Pope to dedicate millions and billions of pounds to different purposes without any approvals of anybody else. So I'd like to finish by saying that in 2012, we had a federal law about foreign agents and the definition of those foreign agents. We have several laws, in fact, and I think everyone knows about this. So I'd like to raise a question about why do we have a foreign agent in the territory of Russia, the intelligence service of a separate country, and they work with our people. They work both in the social and civil and religious planes, and they transform the ideology of our youth into something different. So thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Of course, you are going to have questions, but they will be asked after all speeches. Now the floor is given to Mr. Mirzikhanov, Doctor of Historical Sciences, Vice Director of Russian Academy of Sciences, and he's going to speak about human resources and challenges to global democracy. Hello, colleagues. Let me greet you from Moscow. When I was offered to deliver a speech here at this meeting of intellectuals, I chose the topic Challenges to Global Demography, as I believe that these challenges pose a considerable threat for many countries of the world, including Russia. And when we're trying to evaluate the demographic challenges, we should study the annual reports by UNO. They are formed every year. And let's look at the hierarchy of those challenges. In the last 2 years, that was the pandemic. Before, it used to be HIV and AIDS, but in the hierarchy of challenges, they mentioned the aging of the society, low birth rates. Today, labor is one of the highest valued resources. And the demographic crisis, the reduction of the population of labor age, has become a long-standing trend. And for some countries, this trend has become irreversible. I'd like to focus on this problem in my speech. Let me give some more statistics. The number of people over 60 made up 11% of the annual population at the beginning of the 21st century. By the year 2050, this percentage is likely to grow to 22%. And in 2075, according to the latest estimates, the number of elderly people will exceed the number of children. And by children, I mean people below 15 years of age. The aging of the population, low birth rates, the reduction of people of the active age, all these problems have hit Europe, Russia, and it is quite obvious that the most technologically developed countries are currently in the midst of a very serious population crisis. There is such term, demographically critical countries. These are the countries where the growth of population is negative. We estimate this by the quotient of the growth of the population, birth rates, but we're talking not in absolute numbers, but we compare the maternal generations. Today, in 50% of the countries of the world, the ratio is below 1. We compare the maternal generation and the girls that grew to the age of mothers. And unfortunately, this indicator is less than 1 point. If the figures show, in order to reach simple reproduction of the population, we need 2.2 children per woman with a death rate of 2.1, but no developed country shows such figures. The best in this respect country is France with number of 1.9. In Russia, if we count the maternal generation as 100%, the generation of daughters is 62%. The birth rate in Russia is slightly more than in Italy and Poland, but less than in Great Britain, France, and the USA. We go close with Germany and Spain, but in the majority of the countries, it's getting more and more difficult to sustain the simple reproduction of the population. The problem of the low births has become a feature of modern countries since the second half of the 20th century. Today, this tendency is reflected in different figures and it changes the demographic situation radically. Another very important quotient is births, the birth rate. This is the indicator that the countries are fighting for. The countries may develop various programs, but the situation remains difficult. For example, in France, where they give a total tax immunity for the third child, they have not yet reached the level of natural reproduction. Then mortality. The death rate is a key indicator. And when it comes to birth rates, Russia is no different from the majority of countries of Europe. But when it comes to mortality, the Russian figures are much bigger than those in Europe. But in the recent 2 years, there's been an increase in deaths in practically every European country. And the countries I have mentioned, they're facing the threat of failing to keep the level of their population. For example, the statistics in Russia are very simple to those of the United States. Several days ago, Vice President Tatyana Golikova gave the statistics on deaths in Russia. The numbers are very indicative. They could be extrapolated on other post-Soviet states and European countries. According to Golikova, in the first 7 months, over 1 million people died in Russia, which is 16% more than in the similar period of Russia. The natural loss has increased to 22,000. It marks an increase of 59% compared to the year 2020. In her report, there are 2 more figures that deserve our attention. About 1/3 of deaths in Russia falls on the people who can be considered as labor force. These are not numbers of COVID victims. This is an aggregate number. Similar figures can be observed in other countries that are currently in a demographic crisis. Thus, in the current year, we're observing the problem of low births that is associated with a very high death rate, and it combines with the problem of keeping the level of the population of Europe, the United States, and the key countries of East Asia, such as Japan. Why is it important? Why is maintaining of the level of population a very important indicator from the viewpoint of sustainable development and competitiveness of the country? Over a long period of time, we can give figures for Russia. In the 1900s, in Russia, there lived 8% of the world population. In 1950, only 4% of the world population. In the year 2000, in the Russian Federation, there lived only 2.2% of the world population. In the year 2000, Russia took the sixth place, but it was overtaken by Pakistan and Bangladesh. Very soon, Russia is likely to become an 18th% on the 18th place in terms of population. The countries of North America are not likely to show any population growth. The problem of maintaining the number of the population is becoming topical. According to the most pessimistic estimates, in 20 years, Russia will be inhabited by 98 million of people. The best case scenario mentions 123 million. There will be a serious deficit of people in the good working age. Can we change this tendency? Can we reverse the reduction of the population and keep decent proportions? Maybe to solve the issue, we need a whole complex of measures, and we need to solve a complex of tasks. Experts who work not only in demography, but specialists in international relations see such alternatives. First, we need to increase the birth rate. In Russia, it would be important to increase the number of children in every family to 2.53 children. These are the numbers typical of the Soviet Union of 1950, when the rural population prevailed over the urban population. Today, no region of Russia can demonstrate such a birth rate. The government launches various programs to support births, but they're very difficult to implement. It's almost impossible to increase the daughter population to the numbers of the maternity population. Another alternative is to attract immigrants, to adapt them, to integrate them, and the third alternative is a sharp increase of the index of human development. We believe that the success could be reached by those countries who will be able to realize all those three alternatives, to support births, to have efficient programs of integration and adaptation of immigrants, and finally, one of the most important factors is the growth of human capital, because even in such countries where they don't think about the population crisis today, like China, all specialists are convinced that the crisis will hit China in 2050. And the country will be burdened by the elderly population. The statistics that I have given to you, they show that the population crisis has hit not only Russia, the problem has hit well-off, economically developed countries. Of course, there is a small circle of countries with high births, but it mostly refers to the poor countries. For example, Yemen, Nepal, or Afghanistan. But they are facing different populational problems. They have high births, but they have a corresponding quality of the human capital. This is a brief overview of the threats to the global demography. I think this topic is quite actual. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting to all of us. If you have any questions to Mr. Mirzikhanov, maybe you have questions to him since he is online. It's not really a question. It would be good to have you here with us in person in Pyatigorsk. I have kind of a thought. Am I correct to speak about the simple increase of the number of population? Or should we talk about what kind of population is growing, the quality of population? For example, the migrants who have children in France, Russia, or Belarus, they will make the population of those countries grow. But even in the near future, it will change the cultural and political and social situation in the country. So I think that just maintaining and increasing the population of a country is not enough. And my next question is, should we create any programs for accelerated adaptation, onboarding of migrants in a certain country, not to put them into the better position than the people who originally live in the country? That's just my guess, my thought. If we simply try to increase the number of population, we will lose our country. I think this is a very correct thought. I just want to add something. I know the Republic of South Korea, and they have a demographic problem as well. But I think they have chosen the path of robotization. And soon the machines will do the dirty work, so to say. Even baristas are making coffee in the shops instead of people. Automats do that. What is your idea? I think I already mentioned 3 options, including a very important option of the growth of human capital, we need not only to maintain the number of population, but it is very important for the qualification and competencies of this population to be as high as possible and increase the quality of the population. The indicator of human capital is very important, but it is also important to maintain the total number of population in general. I gave you statistics, and it is critical to maintain the share of population who is able to work at the same level. We have almost 146 million people living in Russia. So if we imagine that we have 98 million people by 2050, the decline will be drastic. This kind of forecast is very dangerous for a country. So I account for the opinions of different experts, and I think it's important to maintain all the parameters of the population. As for the practices of bringing migrants into a country, it is the peculiarity of the modern world. The European country, Russia, and other countries will have to bring migrants to their countries in the 21st century. They will have to. It is important to develop well-thought programs for adaptation of the migrants, to plan and control the process, maybe even to create the facilities where migrants will be trained, educated, and prepared to migrate to a certain country. Of course, different countries compete for highly qualified migrants, and this market is highly competitive. The US usually wins in this competition, but all the competitors here have to work on their attraction of highly educated migrants. I think we understood your arguments, and again, maybe we should remember about the Dutch people who calculated the housewives' labor, its cost, how much time per week women spend in the kitchen doing work, working as a psychologist or as medician, and they decided that this work costs about $1,800 or $2,000, and they can pay that amount of money to women. So comparing the labor of migrants from Africa or other developing country, I just want to mention one more thing. There was a politician in France who was working on the adoption of migrants in the society, and I don't want to have this position in our country. Does anybody else have any questions, colleagues? I'd like to add that our country is huge in its territory, but the density of population is very important for us. We know that the denser population is, the more a territory is developed. So for our country, demography is a pressing problem. And it's better to solve this problem using own resources within the country. But I agree that this is a global trend. I mean, the migration processes. So we need to participate in those processes and develop the criteria allowing us to maintain the equality of human capital. I absolutely agree, and this is very important topic, the density of population in Russia. Each country should decide for itself who to invite. Migrants from India or Central Asia or Africa. That's a country's choice. So the migration policy has to be very careful and legally developed and very precise, because there are many painful aspects related to the international migration. So the policy should prevent crisis in the country. That is why I drew your attention to the situation. The civilization has changed. In 1920, in the Russian Empire, a woman had up to 20 children. It is impossible to have that amount of children in the modern world. Not any program is able to stimulate women enough. That's why I mentioned that we have different alternatives, and a successful country will have a complex of those problems to make the demographic aspect successful. Thank you very much. I had another question to Alexander Petrovich about the threats. During lunch, we had a discussion with the colleagues, and there was a question about the possibility of new pandemics. We may say that COVID-19 is somewhat artificial in its origin. So what is your idea? Is any other lethal pandemic possible in the near future? I'm not much of a specialist in medicine, but I think anything is possible. The science develops very rapidly. The technologies are developing that people are not able to control completely. Your suggestion that COVID-19 has something artificial in its nature, there may be some reasoning behind it. And since different countries run different experiments, I think other threats are possible. I think our experience with COVID-19 should drive the countries to make some measures, take some measures at the international level, create a board or some organization that could control those processes, at least at the scientific level, to prevent such occasions in future. That should probably be a part of anti-terroristic committee.
Арифом, так сказать, базово, естественно, с Георгиевной за столом шла информация о том, что Нобелевский лауреат Люк Монтанье.
During lunch, we were discussing matters of possible pandemics, and a famous French scientist confirmed the fact that COVID-19 was man-made. I have a question to Margarita Mudra. So what can you tell us about the quality of our young? Quite often we hear that the modern young people don't correspond to the high level of the Soviet generations. But she's quite optimistic. She sees a lot of people who are interested, eager to participate in various events. Should we call the young generation the generation of Pokemons or generation of thinking people? No, we cannot call them the generation of Pokemons. The more education you give to them, the better they accept it, perceive it. When young people come to us, when they come to university, they come to gain knowledge. There is a competition among them. If they continue with their education and do a master program, doctorate program, they try to get not only an education of high quality, there is a very high competition in the sphere of politology and international relations. And so our students, they're trying to get the best ever education, and they're trying to find opportunity for further work placement. They have a passion for new knowledge and new information. They do various courses besides their curriculum in the university. Any meeting with an expert is always welcome to them. In many universities of St. Petersburg, in the Higher School of Economics, we all have departments of international relations, and it's very difficult to provide every graduate with a good work placement. But you know, some of the graduates, international relations graduates, go to schools to teach foreign languages. Sometimes they get better salaries at schools. They do an additional course in pedagogics. As a kind of plan B. I believe that our young are more informed, but they are not just informed. I believe that they are more intelligent. They can process this information, analyze. They all do additional courses. Sometimes in other educational institutions, some of our students learn foreign languages at a time. My mind boggles, but they do it. Several times a year, we invite students from the International Relations Department, and they ask us so many questions. During their internship, they visit various organizations, and they compare these organizations for potential. First of all, I have a suggestion. According to our agenda, we are to have a coffee break and then draw the line. I suggest that we finish work, and after that, we go for a cup of coffee. In the continuation of the conversation with Margarita Mudrak, it was Bernard Shaw who said, "The world is ruled by the young when they get old. What we put into the heads of the young forms their consciousness, and then their knowledge is revealed when they rule the world. And a lot depends on adults who educate the young." We shouldn't be illusioned about the present-day state of the young. I have noticed some serious dynamics among the MGIMO students. Recently, we have been receiving many young people from the province due to the unified state exam. This exam gave people from the province the opportunity to enter the best educational institutions. We enroll students who have the best results possible. They are the cream of the cream.
Отжим того, что дает система. Но в то же время она...
We select the very best students, but the educational system at the same time produces a huge amount of people without any knowledge and without any skills. They're not adapted for the realities of today. The young that enter the best educational institutions can be divided into categories. The first category go to universities to gain knowledge. And they ask the question, what can I do for my country? Not for myself, but for the country. But there is another category. When you ask people, why did you enter the Department of Management? And some of them answer, I live close by. Somebody else says, you have a good coffee shop. Some say that they need just a diploma. And we should also differentiate information and knowledge. Some people receive, information, but when we discuss general questions with them, they're not interested because they're not used to thinking on some complicated topics. They shut up and stop thinking. We are for blame because we have excluded the humanitarian component from our schools. Do you know how many hours history is taught at the Department of Politology? The world history from the period of pyramids to Putin is taught to them within one semester. Is it normal? In all departments of art, there should be one unified textbook, one unified textbook on the history of this country, another textbook on the world history. Our future politologists know about the applied political analysis, but you cannot use the same methodology while analyzing the situation in Afghanistan and Belarus. We cannot say that we have a very good diplomatic future. Many of these people cannot make decisions. But my question is to you, Ms. Mudrak. You said that you work with representatives of the countries that suffered from socialist regimes. I said people who were affected by national national social regimes. Okay, thank you for dispelling my doubts. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the speakers. All the reports were of great interest to me. The religious factor in the world politics is very interesting to me. You mentioned the Catholic orders, and you say that they are divided according to the function. For example, the Franciscan order deals in finances. Another order focuses on intelligence gathering. There are the female and the male orders and the tertiaries, those who live in the regular world. They take vows upon themselves, and thus they become agents of the policy of the Vatican. And when you mentioned Opus Dei and its members who can live in the world and marry, are they tertiaries? If not, what is their role? And how can they be identified in a crowd? And what's their use in the policy? You mentioned the book by Dan Brown and the way he described Opus Dei. Do they really use the attributes of inflicting pain on themselves? Thank you for the question. I'll start with the end. Yes, they engage in practices of inflicting pain on themselves. If you go to Pskov, to one of the centers of the Orthodox Russian Church, there you can see the fetters used by the Russian Orthodox saint people. In Opus Dei, I learned a lot about the ardent believers among them. They use fetters, they use flagellation. I didn't see any open stigmas. Although the department that is situated in France, I know it pretty well. They don't use, the physical pain to change the mind of people. They do it in a subtle way. They brainwash their members. They insist that our stay on this planet is transient. The Vatican as such tell the believers about their perspective, what will happen to them after death. The Vatican is very careful about picking personnel, so to speak, about recruiting. How do we recruit priests in the Russian Orthodox Church? These are people who received an education, they have wives, they have a life of their own, they have children, they're thinking about the interests of their children, and they can accept gifts of their community. Take the Vatican, take the Jesuits. The Catholic University of France was established by the Jesuits, and their university is older than the Sorbonne. Jesuits give the diploma of a master. In order to get a master degree, you are to have a master degree of another university. So Jesuits or Catholic priests are to be very educated, but then they are to give up on women. And you know, a woman is your connection to the world. You won't have a wife, you won't have a child, you won't appreciate this world, and you will take the vow of poverty. You will not be able to accept any material gifts. So you will be a person of an utmost spiritual level, and you will be sent to Africa where you can die of a tsetse bite. Now think about the level of intelligence that the Vatican is collecting from these highly intelligent, highly educated, and highly dedicated people. So my idea is that the education of Catholic priests is very subtle, and it occurs in the spiritual sphere. Opus Dei as such has no characteristics of a regular order. They violated the rules of the game, and they have transcended the sentence. It's not a regular order, it's not a regular Catholic organization. It's an organization that pursues some civil aims, and they rule the world through money trafficking. Okay, I think we should close our meeting. Those who were present in this hall, those at this table, those who were present online, were able to cover many problems of the world politics. We have talked about the demographics, about medicine, psychology, arms, religious orders. We have touched upon the whole palette of the world order. Of course, it all happened due to Pyatigorsk State University. Pyatigorsk State University is our forepost, and we're very grateful to the rector. We are very grateful to our partner organizations. Thank you to all those who found time to work with us. But now I give the floor to Mr. Artemonov for him to draw conclusions.
Dear colleagues, thank you for your participation. I made some notes during the conference, and I would like to thank the rector of the university. I can say this is our university. Thank you, Mr. Garbunov, because you started the discussion with your speech, and I am not able to list everyone, not to forget to mention each speaker. So I'm mostly talking about the topics that we covered today. Mr. Fursov spoke about the effect of intangible factors on the tangible factors. We discussed this during a lunch break, and it was very interesting. I'm glad several of the speeches included different aspects. Our colleagues, Mr. Asatran, Mr. Bacharov, and of course, Mr. Suslov touched upon the topic of Afghanistan. That problem was very well discussed using different approaches. On the one hand, we tried to analyze what is Taliban, how to respond to this movement. And on the other hand, we talked and analyzed the ethnic composition of Afghanistan, the danger of escalation, the threat of this movement expansion up to the north, and the threat of a possibility that Pandijan could become another center of terrorism activity. And there is another potential center in Georgia, and those authorities do not really pay sufficient attention to that, unfortunately. I'd like to thank all of the moderators of the panels. I really liked this vivid, natural manner of conference. I was afraid that people would be bored, fall asleep after lunch. And I watched our students sitting in the second row. They're usually unhappy people suffering from their obligation to be here, but I saw that they're really interested in what is going on here. And I like how we are concluding this conference. We really covered different topics. We came to the problem of demographics, and Mr. Mirzakhanov, it was difficult for him to finish his speech because people were asking questions one after another. We are thinking about future generations, about our children, how they are going to live. I'm 53 years old, and I'm thinking, I don't want to be 20 again. I don't want all those problems. I'm a bit scared of that, and I don't want that for my children. So with all of the colleagues gathered here, we had a fruitful discussion. We continued discussing issues even during the coffee breaks. And I would like to continue this tradition, and I will thank you all and give the floor back to our chairperson. If anyone has anything to say, any congratulations or wishes to voice, shall we conclude our conference? Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Кофе-брейк на том же месте. Коллеги, вещи можно оставить, мы сюда можем вернуться.